Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of you to the European Heritage Hub Forum, Mare Nostrum, Fostering Peace Through Heritage, here at the CYENS Center of Excellence in Nicosia. It is wonderful to see so many familiar faces and also many new ones joining us today from across Europe and the Mediterranean region. My name is Manon Richard. I am the project manager of the European Heritage Hub at Europa Nostra, and it is my great pleasure and honor to be your master of ceremonies today. Before we begin, just a few practical notes. The event is being live streamed, recorded and photographed, and the sessions and photos will be made available afterwards. And I should also say we have quite an ambitious program ahead of us, as we will travel across the Mediterranean this afternoon without passports or taking an airplane. First, I hope that you have attended the opening of the Modern Nicosia exhibition that just took place outside of the building, presented by the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Nicosia in the framework of the Hub project and in the presence of the mayor of Nicosia, Kararambros Prunzos. The exhibition highlights modern architecture on both sides of the city as a shared component of Nicosia's heritage and identity. If you have not seen it yet, we warmly invite you to have a look. Allow me to briefly introduce the European Heritage Hub. It's an EU-funded preparatory action bringing together heritage actors and initiatives across Europe and beyond to strengthen the contribution of heritage to the green, the digital and the social transformation of our societies. It is led by Europa Nostra together with a consortium of 28 partners. It seeks to connect civil society, local authorities, universities, networks, researchers, practitioners, all across Europe and its neighboring regions. The forum today is organized by Europa Nostra as the leader of the project, together with the Hub in Nicosia and other partners of the consortium. We're also grateful to our supporters, among them the European Commission and the Cultural Protection Fund of the British Council, and of course our host, the Municipality of Nicosia and CYENS. Today's forum also takes place in the broader framework of the European Cultural Heritage Summit 2026, held this year under the motto Cultural Heritage as the Soul of Mare Nostrum, under the patronage of the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union and with the support of the EU. Over the past days and continuing throughout this week, the summit has brought together many stakeholders and friends of heritage from Europe and beyond. Hosting this year's summit in Cyprus feels particularly meaningful. Situated at the crossroads between Europe and the Middle East, Cyprus has long represented both the richness and the complexity of shared histories and cultures. We would like to express our sincere thanks to all institutions, partners, and supporters who made this summit and the forum possible. So, a bit more of practical information. You can scan the QR code to access the digital booklet of the forum. You will find the program, the speakers' biographies, and some more practical information. And you can also connect to the Wi-Fi. Also note that refreshments will remain available throughout the afternoon at the drinking stations. It is quite warm outside, so please stay hydrated. Following previous forum dedicated to enlargement, digital transformation, and climate action, this year's forum turns our attention to the Mediterranean. Today, we will ask an important question. How can heritage contribute to peace? Throughout the afternoon, we will discuss heritage as a tool for dialogue and reconciliation, cooperation across borders and communities, the role of civil society partnerships, and how heritage can support resilient and inclusive futures across the Euro-Mediterranean region. We will hear from policymakers, researchers, local actors, international organizations, and practitioners working directly in the field. A bit more of housekeeping rules before we begin. We encourage everyone to participate actively and engage in discussions with a few principles in mind. Of course, you should listen respectfully to others, embrace diverse perspectives and experiences, keep your comments concise to allow space for all voices, and help create an open and welcoming environment. You can also follow and join today's discussion online. My colleagues will be covering the event live on social media, and we also encourage you to share your reflections using the hashtag European Hub Forum. So now, with all of this in mind, I think we are ready to begin. To open today's forum, it is my great pleasure to invite Snežka Kvajdvlik-Mihajlović, Secretary General of Europa Nostra and project leader of the European Heritage Hub, for opening remarks. Snežka, the floor is yours. No? Later. Okay. Okay, let's go on then. Let's catch up the time. So we will continue with the introductory reflections from key institutional partners who accompany and support the broader vision of cooperation across Europe and the Mediterranean. Our first speaker is joining us online, and I would like to welcome Mrs. Enrique Trautmann, Director for the Middle East at DG MENA at the European Commission. Her work focuses on strengthening partnerships and cooperation across a region that is central to our discussion today. Mrs. Trautmann, many thanks for joining us virtually today, and the floor is yours.
Everybody, pity I couldn't be there today with you. I'll come to Cyprus next week, but this week unfortunately had to stay in Brussels, but very happy to be able to come to this meeting, Mare Nostrum, Fostering Peace Through Heritage. So a very, very important and very timely topic, also in view of the European Commission, which I represent. As you know, for years the Mediterranean was a space of exchange, not for years, actually for centuries. Shared cultural ecosystem linking Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, even extending out to the Gulf countries. Today, however, this common space faces a lot of pressures: conflict, climate change emergencies, displacement. Across the region, cultural heritage is increasingly vulnerable, whether through destruction or environmental degradation. And we have seen yesterday in Lebanon how this is actually continuing. Whilst we have conferences, cultural heritage is being attacked and partially destroyed. And yet, heritage also offers something unique. It reminds us that identities in the Mediterranean have always been interconnected rather than isolated. The European Commission is a very proud partner in this endeavor. In the new Pact for the Mediterranean adopted last year, and its action plan, which is currently being rolled out, for the first time, cultural and cultural heritage are embedded with economic and security priorities. The action plan explicitly recognizes that sustainable partnership with Mediterranean neighbors requires protecting and fostering cultural heritage. What this forum today is doing is bringing together practitioners, NGOs, policymakers, and this is precisely what the Pact envisioned when it was endorsed last year in Barcelona. Culture and heritage are therefore not peripheral issues, nice to haves. They are contributing to local development, youth employment, climate resilience, and social cohesion. Let me give you a couple of concrete examples. For example, in Iraq, the EU has invested approximately 42 million euros over the last years in the Reviving the Spirit of Mosul initiative, which was implemented by UNESCO and part of our broader global gateway and Heal Europe approach. It was covering Mosul, but also Basra, and a previous initiative also covered the rebuilding of the and renovating of the citadel in Erbil. In Mosul, which I visited in 2025, you could be really impressed by the true revival this project has brought, impacting people's lives. More than 4,800 jobs have been created with heritage houses and public spaces restored and cultural and creative industry revitalized. In parallel, the UAE has funded the rebuilding of the Al-Nuri Mosque, and the EU has funded through various endeavors also the rebuilding of two of the main churches of the city. So across the region, we are working in a similar approach. In Lebanon, we are supporting community reconciliation through shared heritage, using collective memory as a bridge across sectarian divides. In Palestine, we are backing cultural entrepreneurs who are keeping creative industries alive under extraordinary pressure. These projects are part of our political and diplomatic engagement with the region. So for us, the Pact for the Mediterranean sets the direction. What the forum today can contribute is field examples and also best practices that could be replicated. We will need to ensure that the Pact's action plan sets the operational framework for good initiatives to scale, especially in the fragile environments in the Middle East. But in order to keep cultural heritage in the middle and as a focus of our support to countries in crisis, we have now for the next 2 years programmed funding in each of the countries in the Middle East, allowing for focusing on cultural heritage in Syria, in Palestine, in Lebanon, and in Iraq, and in Jordan. And we do think that this is a good occasion today to actually discuss a bit more in detail on how we will implement that. So with that, thank you very much for inviting us to the opening of this event. Very much looking forward to the discussions online, and see you around next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Trautmann, for these insightful reflections and reminding the importance of building bridges across the Mediterranean, and also the importance of people-centered approaches. We now move to our host city. Nicosia itself represents something particularly meaningful to our discussion. It's a city shaped by layers of history, encounters, challenges, but also by dialogue and cooperation. As we've heard earlier, unfortunately, the leader of the Turkish Cypriot community of the city of Nicosia cannot join us today, but we have the pleasure of welcoming the leader of the Greek Cypriot community, Mr. Karalambros Prounsos. Please, the floor is yours.
How much time do I have?
5 minutes?
5 minutes, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Your Royal Highness, dear Secretary General, dear co-chairs of the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage, ladies and gentlemen. It's my third opportunity to speak in the summit, so I'm gonna keep it short. So I'm gonna take 5 minutes, and then since my dear friend Mehmed is not with us, we can make it interactive and you can ask me questions, because I'm sure you've got a lot of questions on the situation in Nicosia. So peacekeeping, cultural heritage and its role on peacekeeping. As it has been mentioned, Nicosia is a city of layers, and this has helped the city to create a common heritage which was viewed as such by all communities of Nicosia: Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins. And this is obviously the result of the many distinct historic periods through which our city has gone through. And many of the monuments that you see in the city are to be attributed to these different periods with which either community may relate to a higher or lesser extent. So for instance, we've got heritage from the Ottoman period, like the Hammam Omerie, which is situated very close to where we are, which has won a Europa Nostra award actually in the past, and is part of the Ottoman era of Cyprus. The tricky part comes when the city was divided, and what would be the role of cultural heritage, if any, in the peacekeeping process. And I'm very glad that we've got two gentlemen with us, the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage, which are going to speak later on. But I think that the city has played a crucial role in terms of that. So as early as 1979, the two leaders of Nicosia, Mr. Lelos Dimitriadis, my predecessor, and Mr. Mustafa Kinji, the predecessor of Mr. Harmanji, realized that utilizing the harsh realities of the city was crucial in order to, first of all, create a symbolism for the rest of the country in terms of peacekeeping, but also in terms of essentially dealing with practical problems of the city, both in the absence of a settlement, but also following a settlement. In the absence of the settlement, the city is basically an urban construct, an urban fabric that might be divided through a buffer zone that cuts across especially the older part of the city, but remains a single urban entity for all intents and purposes. So the leaders of the city agreed through a common mechanism, the Nicosia Master Plan, for which you will hear much more, and we have Agni Petridou with us, which was a key figure and still is on the Nicosia Master Plan, to continue to design the city as an integrated urban construct. And cultural heritage was a very, very prominent tool utilized to form a common vision on how to go about this planning of the city, but also to implement mirror projects on either side of the divide to use cultural heritage as an opportunity to continue to work together in an integrated manner. So scientists from both sides in their scientific capacity agreed, number one, to continue to design the city from a town planning perspective as a single urban construct, but also they agreed to implement mirror projects, giving priority, obviously, to items of cultural heritage that would operate as a method to continue to bring people together under a single concept of cultural heritage, but more importantly, to preserve and to reuse, to continue to bring this cultural heritage back into the life of the city. So it was not a salvation process as such, but it was the need to essentially reverse the devastating effect of the division by utilizing cultural heritage building to bring life back to the center of the city. That was number one. Number two, the idea was made easy, if I am allowed to say, by two very important factors. Number one was people, so the commitment of individuals to work in very difficult circumstances. Don't forget that we're talking about only 5 years after the events of 1974. So it was a personal commitment at a personal cost of these people to work together, contrary to the public sentiment that was running high in that era, in order to achieve a common goal. The second was the fact that prior to our accession to the European Union, the Republic, after the submission of application for accession, enjoyed what we call the pre-accession funding element. So it was a single fund that could be utilized for the whole territory of Cyprus, regardless of the place in which that fund would be utilized. And that was a very, very useful tool. Post-accession, unfortunately, this reality is no longer existent. So what we have today, due to the fact that the entire territory of Cyprus has acceded the European Union, but unfortunately the acquis communautaire is suspended in the areas not under the effective control of the Republic of Cyprus, this funding has been essentially divided in two parts. One is cohesion funding that we get under the cohesion policy of the European Union, and the other channel is the funding that the Turkish Cypriot community receives as an aid for the Turkish Cypriot community. This might sound like a bit of a practicality to you, but as we all know, protection, salvation, and reuse is a costly exercise. Let's take this building. It used to be the old grocery market. It cost us more than 6 million to bring it back into the life of the city. And that is why, at this particular juncture and at this particular instance, and with the United Nations facing significant cuts in their budget, it's crucial to see the realities on the ground and to determine how we tackle culture of heritage moving forward. With Mehmet, we have agreed on several flagship projects which invariably follow on the steps of our visionary predecessors, Mr. Lellos Dimitriadis and Mr. Mustafa Akinci, to, number one, re-establish the Nicosia master plan, and you'll hear more about it tomorrow. So to utilize an existing mechanism to continue to plan for the city as a whole, and number two, to integrate the cultural heritage element into the urban design of the city, as we should be doing under the new European Bauhaus principles. But as I said, we need money. So in order to achieve that, our flagship projects include the buffer zone, which has been identified as one of the 7 most endangered areas of cultural heritage in the European Union in 2013. And to give you an estimate, the restoration of the buffer zone, utilizing bills of quantities from restorations that we have carried out on either side, is a project that is estimated to cost not less than 200 million euros. And it does sound like a significant amount, yeah? But is it? My question, is it? And the answer is definitely no. And I'm not talking in the romantic sense. Let's talk about how the funding of the European Union is channeled. Every 6 years we have a programmatic period. It was 21-27, the next one will be 28-34. Every programmatic period has 2 additional years of funding. So the 28-34 programmatic period will essentially last until 2036. And my question is, with the political symbolism, and we're not talking about just fixing bricks and streets, we are talking about integrating the buffer zone of the walled city of Nicosia into the urban fabric by extending the uses that are currently existent in the old town of Nicosia, excluding residents for the moment and in the absence of a settlement, back into the life of the city. And the question is if we're talking about 8 years, 15, 16 million a year, or 20 million a year, significant money for the European Union to basically bring this place back into life and achieving a huge victory in terms of symbolism and peacekeeping for all Cypriots and for a European Union that is in desperate need of a success story and of success stories. And not only the European Union, we are also talking about the wider region with various institutions being possibly ready to support such an effort. The answer is clearly no. But we need partners to achieve that. I would like, first of all, to extend my sincere thanks to Stefan Simosas, representing the European Union, and as I have many times said, sometimes showing us that they are more willing to take that leap of faith than Cypriots themselves. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude. But after my gratitude, Stefan, I'm going to ask you to convey to Brussels that during the discussion of the MFF, we need a separate line in the budget for a Nicosia city fund for projects that will contribute to the reunification of the city in all possible aspects. And I'm being very honest with you, with or without a settlement, because, my dear friends, we are the basic sufferers of the division on the island. We have to be very honest about that. Unfortunately, the division of Cyprus for our European partners, and even for Cypriots, I'm going to be very open, is not as strong as it had been in 1974. People feel that this is a frozen conflict. People continue to lead their lives business as usual. You know, why Nicosia, why somewhere else, not somewhere else. But if we should be taught one lesson after the recent geopolitical events, is that there is no such a thing as a frozen conflict. And number two, within the concept of cultural heritage, and look at this picture, this is what we're talking about. We are talking about trees coming out of roofs in the middle of a European Union capital. This is the reality. We are talking about mice and rats coming out of the center of our city, about sewage having collapsed, about floods, and about these buildings being mostly in risk of complete extinction. And if your soul is extinct, you are extinct. So, my dear friends, yes, cultural heritage is all about peacekeeping, because one of the good things that we have in this country is that, yes, we have a common cultural heritage, and we have a duty to present and future generations, not only to preserve it, but to use it as a guiding torch for a better future. Thank you very much. Three minutes of questions, if we can, Shneska.
Thank you for using the opportunity of this European Heritage Hub Forum to make a very concrete political proposal, because we should not be only talking about abstract proposals and abstract concepts, but here you are making an extremely important appeal to the European Union. We, as representatives of the European Civil Society Committee to Heritage, we have clearly heard your appeal. You know that we would be at your disposal to see in what way our voice can help the voice of you and your counterpart, Mr. Mehmet Harmanci. I have one question. Is the problem only the lack of money? Let's imagine the European Union says, there it is. We put there 200 million in the next MFF. Is the politically and the forces, whether local or international, would they allow this to happen?
I think it's a very good question, but I've got a very clear view in my head about this. I think the answer is yes, money is the only problem. And that's for two reasons. I'm not a professional politician. I come from the private sector. One thing that I know is that if the money is there, then every problem could be solved, yeah? Especially in a place like Nicosia, which is not the theater of political dispute, at least not to the extent that an overall settlement is. So, and it's got a very long history of collaboration between the leaders of the city and between even the people in the city. So if we have this strong message from the Union that money is available and is there for you to utilize, earmarked, and this is very important, for this particular purpose on a long-term basis, yes, I feel that it's going to be very difficult for any source whatsoever to obstruct the successful course of this project. So the answer, in my view, is yes. On the other hand, if you've got two city leaders, or even the civil society, fighting for this vision without having money at hand, unfortunately, it's a chicken and the egg situation, and it's very easy for forces that might, either for noble reasons or for political reasons, to derail the process, to obstruct it. And I think we've seen this example with other projects for which funding has been available, and there was no crucial political element involved in this. I think that, yes, it's possible, 100% possible. Any other question? Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, indeed, for this powerful intervention. And our final introductory speaker is joining us online, Mr. Valéry Fréland, Executive Director of ALIPH, the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage. ALIPH has become a key actor in supporting heritage protection in conflict and post-conflict contexts, while also building partnerships across communities and regions. Mr. Fréland, thank you very much for being with us today, and over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be with you, but of course I would have preferred to be with you in person. I must confess that it's very difficult to speak after this political statement by the mayor of Nicosia. But I just want to say to the mayor of Nicosia that at ALIPH we have been able to work with our Cypriot friends for a couple of years now. Cyprus is an ALIPH member, and we are ready to see how we could help and how we could participate in his project of working on Nicosia and the buffer zone. So, Mr. Mayor, we are with you for this very beautiful initiative. So, after this very political statement, allow me to get back to my speech. I will try to make it short. As the historian Fernand Braudel famously observed, the Mediterranean is far more than a sea. It's a space of exchanges, civilization, and shared histories shaped over millennia. And heritage is therefore not simply one dimension of the Mediterranean world. It is inherent to the very idea of the Mediterranean itself. In many ways, we think of the Mediterranean through its heritage, and equally, and I think it's very interesting, we often think of the heritage of humanity through its Mediterranean components. One can't truly think about the future of the Mediterranean without placing heritage at the heart of the conversation. It's particularly meaningful that this discussion takes place in Cyprus, a country that I do like, situated at the crossroad of Europe and the Middle East. Today, this Mediterranean heritage and heritage worldwide increasingly under threat. It is threatened by climate change, natural disasters, urban pressure, and neglect. But it is also threatened by conflict. And when cultural heritage is destroyed, communities lose far more than stones or monuments. They lose landmarks, memories, identities, and elements of the social fabric that connect generations together. But heritage is not only vulnerable, it is also powerful, and we all know that, especially with our dear friends from Europa Nostra. Heritage can be a vector of sustainable development, dialogue, reconciliation, and peace building. It can help restore dignity and social cohesion after conflict. This conviction is at the heart of our mission at ALIPH, the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage. Created in Geneva in 2017 in a spirit of complementarity to UNESCO, ALIPH supports the protection of cultural heritage against the impact of conflict, climate change, and natural disasters. Next year, we will mark 10 years since our creation. And since 2018, our foundation has supported about 600 projects in more than 60 countries, including across the Mediterranean region and beyond, in Cyprus, Lebanon, Libya, Palestine, Israel, Syria, Iraq, Ukraine, Mali, Yemen, Afghanistan, and many other contexts affected by conflict or crisis. Our experience has shown in Mosul, where we have been very active, in Beirut, where we have also been very active after the blast, or in Gaza, where it's very complicated to work, but where we can be with phenomenal local actors, and in many other areas, that cultural heritage protection must be from the earliest stages of recovery and stabilization. In Cyprus also, in partnership with the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage of Cyprus, and I want to pay tribute to this wonderful committee which does a great job. A model of dialogue in the service of peace, and UNDP, in partnership with the EU, we are also proud to have supported the landmark heritage preservation project, the conservation of the Tuzla Mosque in Larnaca, and the conservation of the Latin Church of St. George in Famagusta. Famagusta, which is by its architecture so close to what we can see in some part of France, especially in the Poitou. One of ALIPH's key strengths is its agility. Conflict situations evolve rapidly. This is why ALIPH has developed flexible and rapid response funding mechanisms capable of supporting emergency intervention while maintaining rigorous oversight and accountability. But beyond emergency response, ALIPH's philosophy is fundamentally based on partnership, including with local communities and professionals. In this regard, I would like to highlight the strong and long-standing partnership between ALIPH and our dear friend from Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub, notably through the Small Grant Scheme. This initiative has enabled local heritage actors and civil society organizations in fragile contexts in the EU neighborhood to access rapid and flexible support for emergency safeguarding, documentation, stabilization, and community-based heritage initiatives. Building on this success, we look forward to launching a second edition on the Small Grant Scheme shortly in partnership with the European Heritage Hub and the European Union. Our spirit is also reflected in the exhibition Portraits of Women, presented jointly by ALIPH and Europa Nostra in the park under Eleftherias Square here in Nicosia. Through the stories and experiences of women engaged in protecting cultural heritage in fragile contexts, the exhibition highlights the human dimension of heritage protection and the essential role of local communities in preserving memory, resilience, and dialogue. Together, we can ensure that heritage continues to serve as a bridge between peoples and culture across the Mediterranean and beyond. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for this wonderful meeting. Thank you, Sneska, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freland, for highlighting the role of heritage in recovery, resilience, and peace building. Thank you to our opening speakers. We have been from local realities here in Cyprus to broader European and Mediterranean perspectives. And this is only the beginning of our journey for this afternoon. We now move into the first panel discussion. This session will explore how heritage initiatives can contribute to reconciliation, dialogue, and trust building in societies affected by conflict or division. We will hear practical experiences from the field, demonstrating how cultural cooperation can support communities and create lasting impact. To guide us through this important discussion, I would like to invite our moderator and my dear colleague Vanessa Fraga-Prol, Advocacy and Partnership Manager at Europa Nostra, to join me on stage. Together with our panel speakers, Sotos Katoris and Ali Tunkai, respectively the Greek and Turkish Cypriot co-chairs of the Cyprus Bi-Communal Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage, Mr. Farok Derakshani, Director of the Aga Khan Award for Architecture, Amra Adzimu Hamedovic, President of the House of International Dialogue and Research Center for Peace and Heritage, Elizabeth Venice, Development Manager at Actavista, and joining us online, Daniel Enrico Moschetti, member of the Strategic Planning Office for La Paranza Social Cooperative and a European Heritage Hub Next Gen Heritage Ambassador. Please join me on stage. And Vanessa, over to you.
Thank you, Manon, and thank you everyone for being here with us. Thank you to our wonderful panel. While preparing this panel, I reflected a lot, or I continue reflecting a lot on how heritage can encourage collaboration, cooperation, and help more peaceful societies. And I really hope that this discussion also will spark some reflections. Many of you here are practitioners, all of you here on the stage. Some of you are also politicians and policymakers. And I come from the humanitarian work. So I started in the humanitarian work, and then I went into the nexus between the humanitarian and the heritage work. And now I'm in Europa Nostra. And I realized that when there are conflicts and crises, is not only about damaged economies or broken infrastructure or destroyed landscapes. And they are not only measuring numbers or losses or with what can be rebuilt. They affect, above all, people. And it is about their loss and the places, the memories, and the livelihoods that are affected. And I think all this connects to heritage, the buildings, the sites, the collections, the traditions, that gives people a sense of hope, a sense of belonging, and a sense of home. And I want to come from this concept of home and understand that we also have to be, all of us, really welcoming neighbors. And I'm really happy that we are all here together with neighbors from north, south, east, and west, and we are building a common language. And let me quote, because this has not been quoted yet, the Faro Convention that really talks about cultural heritage communities. And it talks about the rights, but also the responsibilities in relation to it. And they also explain very well in the convention that community participation is really crucial for identifying, valorizing, and managing heritage. It's like this that we will create a sense of a Mare Nostrum that sometimes is divided by borders, but also by language. So I hope we will be creating also a common language here. Over these days and today, we have heard already about everything that is really affecting heritage and people: conflict, forced migration, displacement, climate pressures, rapid urbanization, and growing social and political division. And in times of conflicts, also before and after, and I'm not meaning that it's a linear process, right, from conflict to peace, but I want to make the point that in these times, protecting heritage is also protecting people. It means that we are safeguarding their dignity, preserving their identity, and protecting these social ties. And moreover, we are allowing the ability to shape their own recovery. And it is in this very complex context that heritage could be a force for development, cooperation across borders, and peace. And in this panel, we wanted to take the word of peace in a very broad sense and connect it with justice, with equity, and with the ability to live free from violence. So I will take you a little bit because we have a very big panel because the topic deserves it, but we wanted to start with a local context, and I'm really happy the mayor already set the scene for the bicommunal technical committee in Cyprus. And then from this local point of view, we will go to a more global one with the Aga Khan Foundation and awards for architecture. And then from there, we will be moving into the more theoretical part. So we will have an expert that created Culture for Peace report, among other experts, for Mondia Cult, and also leads a program with youth. And then, because we want to end up looking at the future, we will finish with two organizations that were award winners. Also, the technical committee was award winner. So just to reflect on what we saw yesterday. And they will talk about how to engage youth and how to work with youth. So I will start, I will move. Can you hear me still? No? Now? You can hear me? Okay, perfect. So I will sit from here. And the first time I came to Nicosia, I was really, really interested in understanding the work of the bicommunal committee, and now I'm here with you, so I'm going to learn with the rest of the audience about your work, how it was created, how your values as well, and we can also hear your challenges, no? And how this process has brought you to today and to continue working together. So please, the floor is yours, Ali.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to begin by expressing, first of all, our appreciation to Europa Nostra and the Nicosia Heritage Hub for inviting us to participate in this discussion. Given the opportunity, we would also like once again to express our gratitude to Europa Nostra for the 2021 Crown Bricks Award. You need to know that was a moment of pride for us. A moment of pride because it provided recognition and visibility to our work, but also for acknowledging the role of cultural heritage as a pathway for dialogue, cooperation, and reconciliation. I would begin by saying that what makes our committee unique in the political context of Cyprus is that Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, we sit around the same table and we jointly decide through consensus, and I want to underline this, how our shared heritage should be protected. Considering the negative, or if you want, difficult legacy of bicommunal relations in Cyprus the last 60 or 70 years, this is not something insignificant. On the contrary, it carries huge political symbolism on many levels. There are, of course, challenges. We come from communities with different sensitivities and divisive understandings of the past. We have to acknowledge that we operate in an environment where mistrust has shaped for decades mentalities and perceptions, and ultimately the way the two communities relate to one another. Yet, despite this challenging reality, if you want, the Greek Cypriot and the Turkish Cypriot members of the technical committee and its advisory board cooperate every single day around a common vision, that all monuments of Cyprus, regardless of their ethnic or religious identity, should be protected, and that they form integral elements of our shared cultural heritage. Over the last 15 years, more than 200 projects have been completed across Cyprus. Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots together, and with the support, the fundamental support of the European Union and UNDP, we have managed to establish a functioning mechanism despite the political complexities on the island. But perhaps more importantly, the real significance of our work goes far beyond the preservation of monuments themselves. From the very beginning, we distanced ourselves from narratives that treated cultural heritage as another field of political confrontation. We distanced ourselves from blame game approaches and stereotypes that till then had politicized cultural heritage and turned the monuments into symbols of division and political competition. We believe that our committee's depoliticized approach, combined with the commitment to preserve the monuments of all communities in Cyprus without any distinction, has been crucial in sustaining cooperation even during the most difficult political times. Over time, trust developed within the committee itself. Trust that was built patiently through a genuine effort to understand and respect each other's sensitivities and concerns. At the same time, our work also highlighted a fundamental reality about Cyprus, a reality that after 63 years of separation has gradually faded from collective memory, especially among the younger generation. The reality that our history is far more interconnected and multicultural, and definitely contrary to the monolithic and nationalist narratives constantly promoted in the public sphere. The monuments we preserve are the living testimonies of a history that reflects centuries of coexistence, interaction, and shared historical experience. The essence of our approach is also reflected in the symbolism of our everyday work. The same hands that repair churches and bell towers also repair mosques and minarets. Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot architects, engineers, conservators, workers, contractors, they cooperate with the same professionalism, care, and respect to preserve the monuments of both communities. And you know, over time, our work also began to resonate within society, something that was by no means guaranteed when the committee initially started its work, and Ali Tunjai definitely can witness that. Trust towards the committee began to rise within both communities, gradually as more people began to recognize the sincerity and the impact of our work. Today, we are proud to say that we cooperate with communities across Cyprus, communities that do not only strongly support and embrace our work, but in many cases also actively contribute resources in an effort to preserve monuments that form part of their local identity and historical memory. In many ways, I will dare to say the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage functions as a small example of how a future Cyprus could operate. Very often we speak about reconciliation in abstract political terms, but within the committee, coexistence happens every single day. Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots take decisions jointly and gradually learn how to cooperate through mutual respect, dialogue, and compromise. Let me conclude with one final thought. Our committee does not aspire to exist forever. Our existence is by definition linked to the unresolved Cyprus problem. Therefore, our vision is not to perpetuate this temporary reality. Rather than we are looking to the time when a new political reality will arise, where Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots will manage together through shared institutions, political equality, and a culture of cooperation, not only their heritage, their cultural heritage, but also the destiny and the future of this island. Thank you.
Thank you, Sotos. Ali?
Thank you, Sotos. Thank you. I also would like to thank Europa Nostra and European Nicosia Heritage Hub for giving us this opportunity to explain and the work of the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage. Cyprus is an island shaped by thousands of years of civilizations, religions, and cultures. Throughout history, different communities left behind churches, mosques, monasteries, cemeteries, fortification, archaeological sites, and countless cultural landmarks. Yet, decades of political division also affected this heritage. Many monuments suffered from neglect and deterioration, while cultural heritage itself increasingly became viewed through the lens of identity, ownership, and conflict on this island. It was in this context that the Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage was established back in 2008. Increasingly, the original framework envisaged a mechanism operating largely under the guidance of an international organization. However, during the formation process, an important discussion took place with the then Greek Cypriot co-chair Takis Dimitriou. A simple question emerged. Why can't Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots make decisions together, ourselves? As a result, the original concept evolved into a genuinely bicommunal mechanism based on equality, mutual respect, joint ownership, and direct decision-making. Rather than engaging in political debates or blame games, we focused on practical cooperation and technical solutions. Today, the committee operates on the principles of equality and mutual consent. Projects are selected jointly according to professional criteria, including historical, architectural, cultural, and social significance, as well as urgency and physical condition. An advisory board composed of specialists from both sides also contributes valuable technical expertise and serves as an important platform for professional cooperation and knowledge exchange. A key principle has been the depoliticization of the cultural heritage. We try to approach heritage not as a political instrument, but as a shared human legacy belonging to all Cypriots. Cultural heritage should not be securitized or politicized. It should be recognized as a shared human legacy. This is not always easy. political tensions, administrative obstacles, and different public narratives continue to create challenges for us. Negative and nationalist rhetoric from some political and religious circles can also undermine efforts to transform religious monuments into spaces of dialogue, coexistence, and mutual respect. Despite these difficulties, the committee has succeeded in creating a continuous culture of cooperation. Regular meetings, joint site visits, and technical collaboration have institutionalized communication between the two sides and communities. The support of the European Union, implementation role of the UNDP, and contributions from partners such as ALIPH have been essential to this success. We also remain open to cooperation with other donors who share the goal of preserving Cyprus's rich and diverse cultural heritage. Since 2008, the committee has implemented restoration, conservation, documentation, and emergency interventions at more than 200 cultural heritage sites across the island. Every restoration project protects not only monument, but also a space for dialogue, cooperation, and mutual understanding. At the same time, our work increasingly extends beyond physical restoration. We invest in education, digital documentation, and initiatives that make cultural heritage more accessible to younger generations. We are also developing cross-cutting projects with other technical committees in areas where heritage can contribute to broader confidence-building efforts. Perhaps the committee's most important achievement is not the number of monuments actually, but the demonstration that Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots can work together, make decisions together, and achieve tangible results together, even during periods when the political process remains stalled. The work of the committee also reveals an important reality about Cyprus. On the one hand, restoration projects helps to desecuritize cultural heritage. Places once viewed primarily through political and security lenses increasingly become shared cultural spaces. On the other hand, the unresolved Cyprus issue continues to generate new challenges. Although often described as a frozen conflict, it is also an evolving one, producing new social, cultural, and practical problems over time. Issues related to the use, management, accessibility, and sustainability of religious monuments clearly illustrate this reality. Negative and nationalist rhetoric from some political and religious circles can also undermine efforts to transform religious monuments into spaces of dialogue, coexistence, and mutual respect. In this sense, our work serves as a reminder that technical cooperation can build trust and create meaningful progress, but it cannot replace a comprehensive political solution on the island. Because preserving cultural heritage is not only about restoring monuments, it is also about creating the political and social conditions in which this shared heritage can sustainably live into the future. The Technical Committee on Cultural Heritage cannot solve the Cyprus problem on its own. Protecting cultural heritage together does not solve political problems, but it reminds us that cooperation is still possible. Perhaps this is the most important lessons we have learned since 2008. Even in a divided island, protecting a shared past can help preserve the possibility of a shared future. Thank you very much.
Sotos,
Ali, thank you very much. And thank you very much also for bringing all your colleagues, at least some of them in photos. I hope others will be here with you. And for also explaining to us how you claim the agency, no? To be also like the ones that you are working in your own recovery. And also you mentioned like trust and cooperation is what unites you, and narratives is what divides. So thank you very much for being here, sharing your story. And moving a little bit now to the global sphere, we have the Aga Khan Foundation, the director, an architect also. And yesterday we were discussing, because in Europa Nostra we have the awards, you also have the awards. I asked you who copied who, and you were inspired by us. So I want to understand from you, you also have the awards for music as well, right? But I wanted to understand, and maybe to share, we can share with the audience as well, how these awards are really promoting this cooperation, collaboration, and how you also can share some examples with us about these awards that you have been given. Some ideas.
Thank you. First of all, I don't like competitions because, you know, I'm the best. But that is, putting that aside, we've been working for the past 50 years giving awards. And one of the things our job is to find achievements, real achievements, and promote that achievement and tell others the story. Because the problem is that a problem of communication in our world. Others are not aware of what other people are doing, because we always like to have this idea that we are the only one, we have got a problem. And we are very proud to be the only sole owners of problems. But the problems are something which is everywhere. But someone else might have responded to the same problem with another solution which we can learn. So for us, sharing information is very important. So I'm coming back to one reality, is the reality of what's happening today. The connotations of words is very important. We are talking about Mare Nostrum. Mare Nostrum, fortunately, has got recently came to a very inclusive word. Because if you want to take Mussolini's Mare Nostrum, we have been living in a very, very different world. So this whole thing is an important thing, which is inclusion. What means inclusion? We are living in societies which we are layers and layers and layers of people coming together from different cultures. And if we look at that as a positive, so our positive our differences is what is our force. I was just showing this image because, first of all, I'm Iranian, and the Iranians, especially these days, are known for cheating. And, you know, so I cheated. She told me to show only one image, and I said, I'm going to show 5 images. You know, we're like negotiations. You know, that's what you've been hearing in the news every day. So here one of the projects that we gave an award to was this project Superkillen in Copenhagen in Denmark. And what was important about this project? Because this is a new reality of our cities today in the world. The cities are people coming from all over the world. I was talking yesterday to Paul, and he was saying in Brussels, there's a community there in this neighborhood that not very far from his place, his wife is representing. They've got 160 or 120 languages being spoken in the same neighborhood. That, if you look at that as a polyphony and not cacophony, that makes the difference. Because we have to look at the positive way that how we can be talking together, having this, and trying to, with differences, become like a musical orchestra, that at the end you play one music. And that is what makes it change. And that was the reason that here what happened in Superkillen as an example is that different communities started talking to each other and to the architects, because here we know when the name of a big architect comes, you think that that architect comes and just makes the whole difference, in one brush, and that's not the reality. So, but in order to do that as an award, we don't trust the people when they tell us what they're doing. So we send an expert to go and have this expertise. And here in 2006, we received this nomination from the master plan of Nicosia. So we had to send a Jordanian, Mohammed al-Assad, to come here, a common friend, he came to check out what are these two communities are really talking to each other, or this is just one of these UN initiatives, that looks fantastic on the paper and usually 99% doesn't work. So here we had this experience, which I've been working with this organization for the past 44 years, so I've seen a lot of projects coming and going. So my personal experience with the project in Nicosia was that how to tell others in the world that the people who are not talking to each other can become on the same platform. In 2007, during an awards ceremony in Kuala Lumpur, as you can see, for those of you here who know these figures, who know who they are, I've got Agni sitting here. Unfortunately, we don't have Lelos with us anymore, a great friend. So we brought them all together, and putting them together, that at that moment was this whole thing of, maybe this thing will come to something better. Just, Mr. Mayor, you just said that, we are in a frozen situation. Always you have to be optimist. And because of the global warming, maybe this global warming, we just melt this frozen situation as well. I hope so. So what happened is that it's very important to make this collaboration. So I had the pleasure of being here after this ceremony, in the green zone, and we had a local ceremony. And that's where we celebrated with all parties their achievements. Here you can see Agni, Ali, and others, Tiziana, that she was at the time working. And this whole thing that sometimes you also need a catalyst. A catalyst is very important. And in this project specifically, I think the UN, the catalyst worked, because sometimes it does not work. So this is, these days, I don't think you were just small kids, going to school or something like that. So I'm talking about years ago. So my conclusion is one thing is important is this whole notion of layers of cultures, layers of identities. Today, no one can say that I'm only the one, I've got one identity and belong to one thing. This is a very non-realistic way of looking at life. And unfortunately, the politicians, that's what they do, that's how they survive. But the important thing is that politicians are usually for a short term. They are only concerned about the period of time that they are in charge. What you need in societies are people with visions, the visions which goes beyond their own mandate, and it goes far beyond. Because what is our goal is how we can have a better quality of life for everyone. That is the main goal of institutions, and architecture and planning can help on that. And as you said, Mustafa Bey had a very interesting word. He was saying, I remember many years ago, in an interview, he said something, if we don't, the city who does not have a history cannot have a future. And what he was saying is very important, because what we have to learn is we have to have this history, but history doesn't give us everything. Well, the Greeks usually like to say that history is everything, but it's not true. What we have to look at is the future, and the future is where we can accept the realities and think of belonging. The reason that you people are successful in what you're doing, because you feel that this place belongs to you. And that sense of belonging is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farokh. And now, as you discover, this panel is really about people, about connections. So I was really happy when I was talking to Farrokh and I realized of this connection as well. And thank you also for telling us that, awards is about bringing the best practices to other professionals, to other people in the fields. And I think this is really important. And I think what you mentioned as well, that heritage has to support also the quality of life of people. And this is really crucial. Thank you very much. And now, because we also have to understand a little bit the concept of peace, it can be really overwhelming as well, and so complex as well, how to tackle it. So I'm really happy to have Amra with us. She was part of the expert group that produced a report for Mondia called Culture for Peace. And she's going to talk a little bit about the mosaic that they created, but also a very important initiative that she has been leading for 21 years. And it's an initiative that you will see then will connect with all the other initiatives that come afterwards, and it's all about youth as well. So Amra, please.
Thank you very much. But So it was great pleasure to work with 9 other experts from across the globe on this task that we were commissioned by UNESCO to produce some kind of report for the Mondia Cult on culture for peace. So discussions were vivid. They took more than half of a year between us, and the conclusion is accessible at the webpage of UNESCO with this cover page. So what we, in fact, in a nutshell concluded is that the peace, we were taking peace as a dynamic, transformative, inclusive, and justice-oriented process. So we were not talking about culture for peace as something that is the formula or product, but as a complex nexus of different processes that work together. So that means culture, cultural heritage, artistic praxis, the pedagogy, justice, which is a crucial, and peace. So all of that works together with new technologies and youth, which are some kind of the framework for the planning and activities. So the framing of this nexus, or as we decided to call it with more convenient title, Culture for Peace Mosaic, brings heritage from the margins to the center of this process, and also discusses the peace-building concept. So what we have concluded that this mosaic is in fact works much more on the understanding of peace formatting, peace work at a small scale. And that's what we tested and presented through the, Now I will go back to some kind of digression to the vignettes that I will present. So what was the crucial for this Culture for Peace mosaic is understanding of peace not only as an absence of violence. And what I'm using here just to illustrate this approach that we were following, that was established by Galtung at the mid-20th century, is in fact that this direct violence, that is the armed conflict, inflicting the physical harm and destruction, is the one that is visible. However, there is a structural and cultural violence. These are under these like wavy line of visibility, and they normalize the structural violence through the legal systems, through institutions, through different kind of, structurally organized systems, normalize violence, exclusion, and inequality. So the other, which is even deeper and less visible, is cultural violence that is embedded in language, in the, the concept of the otherness, we and they, etc., and that is, in fact, being less visible and somehow normalized, more dangerous and more difficult to be addressed with the actions. So what we insisted is to try to find a place in at this globe which is a peaceful place, having in mind the structural. So striving for peace means not only striving for negative peace, which is no war, no physical conflict, of course, we have to work on that, but also for positive peace, which is imposing obligation to the rulers, to the authorities, to all of us for justice, inclusion, fair systems, and also insisting on cultural peace, working constantly through peace formatting on cultural peace, which means working on shared values, mutual recognition, narratives that support coexistence. So we, in fact, somehow showcased the way of peace formatting through the vignettes that we offered in this report, and there are scores of the vignettes. I here presented only 6 of them that are relevant, and having in mind the time, I will just mention the one that is at least dealing with physical cultural heritage. It is West Eastern Divan Orchestra that was established together at the end of 20th century by Daniel Barenboim, who is Brazilian-Israeli composer and philosopher, and by Edward Said, who is a Palestinian-American philosopher, thinker. And, so this orchestra, in fact, was established to use the music as something, the precondition for music is a harmony. Working together, listening to the other while you are producing something, and trying to work that in the collective. So this orchestra is echoing the sentence of Edward Said: separation between peoples is not a solution for any of the problems that divide peoples. And I think this is the place to stress importance of this thought. These young people from Israel, from Palestine, from the Arab region and across the world, who meet at the summer school of West Eastern Divan Orchestra, are in fact challenging stereotypes that they were born into as young people through the music and heritage. And, against all this background that I gave here, I'm coming to the International Summer School Youth and Heritage. That is, in fact, an educational platform for global youth. It doesn't approach heritage as a closed disciplinary field, but as a meeting point between memory, reconstruction, cultural rights, urban space, peace building, peace formatting, climate action, resilience building, governance, and intergenerational responsibility. So this school takes place in Bosnia, in 3 cities that were affected by the genocidal actions in 1990s, where heritage was destroyed: Sarajevo, Mostar, and Stolac. So the school began 21 years ago in this context. It is a small town, Stolac, historic town with 2 World Heritage sites, marked by extreme violence and destruction, the return of its inhabitants, people who had been persecuted, tortured, and expelled, was inseparable from the restoration, first of all, of heritage places that were deliberately destroyed. So the school began as some kind of act of solidarity in an improvised tent camp among ruins established with the support of Luxembourg Scouts. So this is the camp and how we worked. Accommodation, learning space, and reconstruction site were almost the same place. Some of these places were officially protected monuments. Others were more intimate forms of heritage, houses, streets, neighborhoods, and familiar spatial references of home. International Summer School began as a response to destruction, displacement, and return, where education, reconstruction, and civic responsibility had to be practiced together. From the beginning, it was shaped by international solidarity, but also by a concrete form of learning, working with community on the ground through the material and emotional reality of return. It was learning through working and also restoring through a joy, enjoying heritage, stone by stone, story by story. Ruins of houses and ruins of lives were gradually reassembled in the same process. Reconstruction became a way of searching for the right to return, the right to belonging, and the right to visible presence in a place from which people had been expelled. This was not heritage work separated from justice. It was heritage work as a recognition, a repair, and re-entry into the social life of the town, of those who were victims. Today, International Summer School combines reflection with action. We were supported by European Heritage Hub in 2024, Europa Nostra, by ALIF. One of our houses is still in the process of recovery, and the part of it was supported by ALIF. We have a memorandum of understanding with ICROM. We were cooperating with Cambridge University, with the Cottbus University, with the German Technical University in Muscat, etc., etc. So the program works with an inclusive understanding of heritage, tangible and intangible, human and non-human, living and non-living, visible and invisible. It values plurality, so the learning structure are in fact wood carving, stone carving, carpet weaving, and the other practical workshops. This year we will have a gardening, because this year we work on revitalization of the Jewish pilgrimage place, grave of Rabbi Moshe Danon, that is the second most important pilgrimage place in the world. The project is supported by ALIF. What are we doing? And the site is located in the garden of a Muslim family. So this kind of encounters, hospitality as a heritage and respect of the graves is something that is the heritage that we strive for. So we are establishing through revitalization this place Hevrota tradition, that means meeting of small groups of friends to discuss the topics in a way as it is in a Jewish tradition, but also expanding it through all the groups, and also revitalizing it through planting trees and plants and making a biblical garden there with biblical. So the site visits, cultural mosaic nights, where all the students from all continents are sharing their intangible heritage, cooking, dancing, singing, praying, etc., and teaching the others, is in fact the way how this school turned in the global platform. As I presented, so I'm missing one slide, never mind. The alumni network is more than 1,000 people. Some of them became university professors over 2020 years. Some of them became ambassadors, ministers, influential advocates for cultural heritage, and the whole project is being replicated across the world. Cultural Heritage Without Borders has restoration camps that were born from this idea with some kind of different stream. UNESCO developed in Ikram capacity building, in Mosul, capacity building program that was also rooted in this idea that learning through working and producing sustainability through work with youth and local community is the way of peace formatting, one of those ways. And in fact, the whole methodology has been developed through this project. So I invite, there are still a few places, free places for the 21st edition that starts on 23rd of July in Sarajevo. So those who are listening to or those who would like to support young people, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Amra. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us the mosaic. I think it attracted a lot of attention because we were also during the panel thinking, okay, how to bring also other projects that are not coming directly from post-conflict. And this is the situation in Marseille and in Naples. So here we also hear the stories and these amazing projects that both of them were awardees of Europa Nostra. And again, we come back to the connections, how you met in the network and now you are thinking about a future of cooperation, but also something that you touch upon, and is also learning through working. And this is, I think, something that the project in Actavista and the project also in La Paranza are trying to achieve. So Elizabeth, and I hope Daniel Enrico is also online and can be with us. Hello, Daniel Enrico. Welcome digitally. Well, now the floor is yours.
Go ahead, Daniele.
So, hi everyone. First, let me thank you, Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub for the invitation. Let me express how sad I am to not be in presence with you for this great occasion. Since the first moment when I heard the target, the concept about this forum, the concept of peace through heritage, I think how was a need in the society we're living about the concept of peace, even because we're facing different type of conflicts in our society. The Mediterranean basin is beginning to be more than a connection way, even a conflict way. And so we really need to speak loudly about how it was, and it still is, a way of connection, of bridging, and of brotherhood between the people living in the Mediterranean basin. And well, I will try to tell you the story of Naples, the story of a city that of course is famous, is known worldwide, but there lives still nowadays a great conflict, and so a great loss of peace in its society. We're not talking about a conflict that's a bellic conflict. We're not talking about a concrete real war, but we're talking about a social war of differences, of inequities, and of different type of access to the opportunity of dignity and life. For the one who didn't know about it, Naples is divided in its society about socioeconomical different groups that really, most of the time, are in a sort of conflict between themselves. Because, of course, imagine a child that is born in a part of the city that's considered the discarded one, the one forgot by the road. And then, of course, he didn't have the same occasion to access to the right educational path, to the right economic opportunities, and even to the right cultural opportunities. It's obvious that this difference, even in a pacificated city, that could seem a pacificated city, is really hard to face. So I came from one of those districts. I came from the Sanita district, that's one of the most discarded and considered back in time one of the most dangerous of Naples, but that has, we can say, a treasure inside, because it was one of the most cultural of the ancient city of Naples, since the Greek age, the Roman one, and then even the early Christians. Indeed, the early Christian community just left the biggest and most famous early Christian catacombs of southern Italy. And so that was the pivotal tool that we had to just try to have a social peace between the people in Naples. Because those catacombs were used by a group of young inhabitants of the Sanita district as a vector, we can say, of peace. Of course, those guys, I've heard before that Vanessa just talked about the Fara Convention. Well, maybe those guys, they didn't know that they were applying the Fara Convention, but those young guys, 16, 18 years old, led by the priests of the district, decided to reopen the catacombs, restore the catacombs, and start a community action just leading the entire community of the Sanita district to be in the front lane to reopen back the cultural heritage to everyone, even using ancient places and cultural sites like catacombs as the common ground for a social cohesion of the community. And still nowadays, the governance of the cooperative I'm part of, that's the cooperative that was born from the activity of those guys, that's La Paranza Cooperative, has still in their governance model the voice of community, because we would betray them if we didn't hear to them. And so slowly, the catacombs created job inclusion. The catacombs created a civic economic system who gave to everyone the access to dignity and to a really right life for everyone. And so, again, those different social groups of the city of Naples, so the discarded one and the one with more possibility in life, started to talk again using the cultural heritage, we can even say, not really as a tool, but a new actor with an active vision inside the community. And so as the mediator, we can say, between the different parts of the city, the different parts of society. Of course, this action led us in time to meet Europa Nostra, to be one of the awarded. And of course, it was one of the greatest occasions that the community of the Sanita district had, even to open up our reality, to open up our vision upon cultural heritage and life to the rest of Europe. And from this encounter just started even the friendship, because Elizabeth, just let me say, the friendship between La Paranza and Actavista, two Mediterranean cities that meet themselves in the bridge built by Europa Nostra and European cultural heritage, that have seen the same common idea, cultural heritage in the middle as a tool of renovation for communities, of renovation for the dignity of the people accessing it, and even renovation of vision about the cultural heritage that is not anymore a beautiful box, but is something with a community inside. And so that's the meaning. And of course, it even leads us to start imagining, start to desire to do something together, to bridge those two cities that face their shores in the Mediterranean basin, and to hope to build a metaphorical bridge, thanks to our mutual cultural heritage between Marseille and Naples. So we really hope in the next times, in the future moments we will have, to tell you what's going on between those two organizations. So thank you so much, really, for the occasion.
Thank you, Daniel. Elizabeth.
Hello. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for having Daniele and myself heard I think it's very rewarding for us to still be here after 2 years after we won the Prize of Education, Skills and Training and the Grand Prize. For the past few days, I've heard so much about built heritage. And there was a French idiomatic expression that came to my mind, which is cœur de pierre. I think it works in other languages, in English as well. You know, we say heart of stone. And I think it's so unfair, because at the end of the day, what I'm hearing from all these discussions is that stones don't discriminate. Built heritage does not discriminate. Castles and military forts and palaces and churches, they don't really care whether we're a woman or a man, whether we're a young person or an older one, whether we are from this or that country, this or that skin color or religion. And I think we have a lot of lessons to learn from that. Princess Diana, earlier you mentioned the fact that we have to reclaim our narratives. And that's kind of what happened with La Citadelle de Marseille, because the military fort that you see right here on the screen was built in 1660, and the whole purpose of it was to target the old neighborhood of Le Panier, the historical center of Marseille. So this military fort was not built to protect the Marseille people from the outside. It was built to tame the spirit that was maybe a little bit too strong to the king's taste of the era. And so this built heritage kind of is a symbol of oppression rather than defense or citizenship or belonging, as you said. So what we try to do here with Acta Vista is to reclaim that narrative and to turn that military fort into a micro-society in order to rebuild stones, but while rebuilding stones, while restoring the monument, to rebuild pride, to rebuild sense, to find a purpose and to find belonging again for people who have in common let's say, the belonging to Marseille, but have very, very different paths and have been struggling with finding their place back into society. So what we do is basically turn this fort into an open-air school where people train in old masonry, in stone cutting, in woodwork, in metalwork, and 100% of the restoration that is done at the Citadel today is done by people who are discovering the job of stonecutter, of mason. So it's a project that, conjugates education, transmission of skills and know-how through gesture, because we want to be inclusive and we want to be able to reach the target audience that we're reaching. So that means sometimes people who have never been schooled. Sometimes it means people who are much older than what we would expect. Sometimes they should be retired already. It could mean also people who have problems with addictions. It can mean people who have no access to healthcare. So these people are kind of the left out of society, and they find their place back into society through what we consider the most prestigious and the most precious treasures of our built heritage. So when we met La Paranza, Acta Vista is obviously this space, this 5 acres space in the heart of Marseille that opens to the world, that opens to the outside, and that brings people in from Marseille. La Paranza is kind of the contrary, you're in a neighborhood, La Sanità, which is so deeply rooted in the Napolitan culture and tries to bring other people, tourism, back into the neighborhoods. So we found each other being very complementary to one another. And we thought that we had so much to learn from one another. So what I wanted to say is that, we talked about peace, you talked about the triangle Yeah, but the full name of the triangle was Triangle of Peace. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. Daniele indeed mentioned the fact that unfairness and absence of peace can also come from the inside. sadly, we have said that, stone don't discriminate, but humanity kind of does. And often we are kind of our own enemies, whether it is with, outside the borders. And Actavista has been thought as a citizen response to unfairness. Sometimes it works very well. We have 9 out of 10 people who take an exam of stonemasonry after 1 year of learning at Actavista. 9 out of 10 achieve the exam. 2 people out of 3 get hired or get a complementary training after their training at Actavista. So the results are great, but it's not always enough, I have in mind people, testimonies who are not perfect success story. I'm thinking, for instance, of a woman whose name was Omaima. She was from Morocco. She was an architecture drawer. She came to Marseille. She was very, very shy at the beginning and very discreet, and it was hard to understand why. And then we realized that she had fled domestic violence. She was married to a Frenchman upon arriving in France, and it did not go well. So, the stories of the people are always really tough. Sometimes Actavista can be the stepping stone to finding sense and purpose. Sometimes it's not enough. And in the case of Omaima, it wasn't enough simply because she could not stay in France, even after the proposal of hiring her as an architect drawer. It didn't suffice. So it's, today's discussion is also about what more can we do and how further can we go, because we kind of need to provide solutions and not to give up. And so I chose as a second picture an image that I think is quite interesting, because it's just, it's 7 a.m. in the Citadel of Marseille and people are warming up. Very basically, they do stonemasonry, they do stone cutting. It's very physical, it's very important to warm up. But to warm up is also a symbol, of waking up again and starting over the day and not giving up. Because as some people mentioned, built heritage sometimes can be seen also as a privilege. It can be seen as a beautiful setting for beautiful speeches. But for these people, sometimes and often, it's just a necessity. You have to get up, you have to start over, even if you've crossed the entire world walking, even if you've no idea what the other person next to you is talking about because you don't speak the language. So it's about waking up and starting over, even when for some people it's not enough. We said for Omaima it was not enough, but we have to wake up and warm up again to start over and keep hoping that it will work. So I just want to pay a tribute to those people who cannot afford to give up, who have not the luxury of giving up or the luxury of enjoying built heritage, but need to. And I want to pay a tribute to also Europa Nostra that brought La Paranza and Actavista together. I think some may call it, Kairos, Mektub. I think we can call it Shneska. But it was a very beautiful encounter 2 or 3 years ago in Brussels. We connected also on the basis of, we're cousins. We're from Marseille, they're from Naples. We share the same colors of the football team. It's blue and white, kind of like Greece, if I may say so. Voilà, Mare Nostrum, we're cousins, and what we can hope is to keep on building ourselves these hearts of stones that we mentioned in the beginning, that can carry values from one generation to another, that can showcase beauty, integrity in the resistance to time's effects, to generation changes, and to people who sometimes advocate for terror instead of peace. So I just want to mention the fact that, what we do in Marseille, the transformation of a built heritage fort into an open-air school that brings people closer to connecting back to society. What they do in Naples, we can do it anywhere, and that's kind of what we built our friendship on. We hope to keep on working and meeting other great initiatives in the Mediterranean to keep on giving life back to these monuments, but most importantly, using them as levers for people's empowerment, for communities' empowerment, and making them find sense in people's life and the locals' life. So thank you very much, and please reach out if you have a beautiful testimony to share.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists for bringing, I think we did a good job. We bring the message across, the power of people, the power of heritage, and I'm going to copy you, Elizabeth. Let's not give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to our speakers and our moderator for such an inspiring discussion. So we heard that heritage can create spaces for dialogue and trust, and also that sometimes restoring a building also means restoring connections between people. Let's now continue with our second panel discussion. This session focuses on cooperation models and partnerships that build long-term impact across the Mediterranean. We will explore how projects linking heritage, communities, skills, social inclusion, and resilience can become scalable models for future cooperation. Our moderator is Stephanie Grant, Director of the British Council's Cultural Protection Fund. Stephanie, please join me on stage. And joining Stephanie, I would like to call our speakers Xavier Casanovas, President of Rehabimed and member of the board of ICOMOS Spain, Julia Nicolaos, Research Fellow at Maria Ulster University, Amal Kayal, Gaza Area Manager of CISS, Sepide Zarin Galam from Brandenburg University of Technology, Cottbus, Seftenberg, and Bashar Tarabey, Head of Scientific Projects at ICONM and Heritage Watch AI. I wish you inspiring discussion.
Thank you. I know it's not easy to take in all of this information until the end of the day. It's also not easy to be one of the last to be presenting here, so hopefully this mutual recognition and respect will get us smoothly through this panel. I'll just introduce myself very briefly and the Cultural Protection Fund. So my name is Stephanie Grant. I'm the Director of the Cultural Protection Fund. The fund was set up in 2016 to protect cultural heritage at risk, and we've been supporting heritage at risk for 10 years now in places where conflict and instability and climate change and extreme weather events are really big threats to cultural heritage. I am very, very grateful to be here, so thank you so much to Europa Nostra for allowing me to come and talk a little bit about our work. Thank you to the panel who've travelled from far and wide as well to come and present their projects. And I want just 30 seconds also to thank my team, who quite a few of them are here. Yeah, that will embarrass them. Let's do that. Just to say that, of course, it's the work of the projects on the ground that have made the impact and the success of the Cultural Protection Fund. But there's a contributing factor to that, which is the team that I work with and their approach to relationship management and their sensitivity and their flexibility, also makes it a great place to work. We're not perfect, of course, and we always want to learn, but yes, we owe a lot to that team as well. I think everything that I would say has been said already. We're all very aware of the threats to cultural heritage. They're interlinked. They're multiple and they're universal. I mean, all of the things that we've talked about are relevant in the Mediterranean, but also all over the world. I'm going to just keep my introduction brief because it's just important that the most prominent voices in this session are the people that are actually delivering the work. But I will just say that if you want to talk to us about the Cultural Protection Fund, I and my team, who I'll point out in a bit, will be here, happy to speak to you. And I've put some hard copies of our annual report on the front desk there, and you can also take a look at that online. But I'll get straight to the presentation. So Javier, if you would like to present your project, thank you.
It's working? Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank the organization and the Cultural Protection Fund for inviting us to have this opportunity to present our experience in different projects. But today we will speak specifically on the project that we implemented in Raqqa on the last years with the Cultural Protection Fund. In any case, 30 years ago, we began working in Syria. Over decades, we collaborate with local authorities and professionals to preserve the country's extraordinary cultural heritage. Strong professional relationships were built as a team of experts. In 2011, everything changed. In the context of the Arab Spring, the Syrian civil war erupted, projects were suspended, cities were devastated, millions of Syrians were displaced, and many highly skilled professionals were forced to leave the country forever. Syria did not only lose buildings, monuments, and tradition, it also lost know-how, memory, and generations of experience. Years later, in 2020, a new opportunity emerged. With the creation of the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria, the access to the city of Raqqa became possible through the northern of Iraq. We felt the time had come to return, not only to assess the destruction, but to help preserve what remained. The first visit to Raqqa was overwhelming. Entire neighborhood had been destroyed. Up to 80% of the city buildings were damaged or reduced to rubble after years of conflict, ISIS occupation, and military operations by the international coalition. The human suffering was impossible to ignore. And yet, amid the devastation, one question became essential. What role can cultural heritage play after war? For Rehabimet, the answer was clear. Preserving heritage is not simply about saving monuments. It is about rebuilding society, rebuilding identity, and about building a bridge between the past and the future. Working in Raqqa, we discovered that both tangible and intangible heritage had been deeply affected. But conversation with local community revealed something powerful. People still care deeply about their heritage. They want to preserve it, and they show it as part of their own survival and dignity. The Raqqa project has been developed in 4 major phases, linked to 4 rounds of funding from CPF between 2020 and 2026. In each phase, we combine capacity building, documentation, consolidation, and restoration work, and public awareness activities. At first, the focus was on training professionals, architects, engineers, and archaeologists. Later, the program spanned to young people learning traditional restoration techniques. And the last period, the project supported the revival of traditional crafts such as bread making, wove rocks, and traditional zalap. More than 300 people directly participate in the project, gaining skills that helped them enter the labor market and rebuild livelihoods. Identifying, inventorying, and documenting all the heritage assessed in Raqqa was a demanding task carried out by the professionals trained at the beginning of the project. The heritage values become evident with, as you can see on the picture, ancient city walls, historic mosques, historic minarets, archaeological sites, Ottoman houses, production of traditional building materials. Many elements exist and remain there. One particular element identified were the madafas. A madafa is a community gathering space where neighbors meet every evening. For us, it was a symbol of social cohesion, and 4 of them were rehabilitated as part of the project. Another important site was identified as Tel Baya. Tel Baya is an archaeological area, the ancient city of Tatal, occupied at the moment as a refugee camp for families displaced by war, a site with more than 5,000 years of history. Restoration efforts focus first on emergency consolidation of the main monuments. The goal was minimal intervention, preventing further loss. It was the case for the city walls, for the mosque, minarets. We were consolidated or reinforced. For the Ottoman houses and for the madafas, rehabilitation was imposed because they had to allow their use. Work at the archaeological site of Tel Baya was focused only on cleaning the area, collecting and inventorying surface artifacts, and protecting the site against looting. Rehabilitation of the big complex of the German archaeological mission house at Tel Baya was initially planned to provide services for refugees in the area. However, after the fall of al-Assad in 2024, the refugees left the camp and go back to their homes, and a different social use have to be found. Now, it is a fully active local cultural hub. Public engagement became essential through the process. Meetings were held inside refugee camps. Public lectures were organized with local and international experts. Schools were a main priority. Our team visited the schools regularly with the pupils and organized cultural visits for children. At the end, on the Mission House, we organized 2 permanent exhibitions, one focused on the traditional life in Raqqa, and the other one explaining the values of Tel Baya. Tel Baya is an ancient city of Bronze Age named Tutul, dating back from 5,000 years, that remained inhabited for millennia, right through to the Roman period. Social media also helped a lot to spread awareness far beyond Raqqa itself. The experience also revealed important lessons for us. Cultural heritage can become a good driver for economic recovery and social cohesion. Strong local partnerships are essential. Community must remain at the center of every action. Projects in fragile environment require flexibility, trust, and deep local understanding. Promoting appreciation of local cultural heritage among school, civil society, professionals, and authority is essential. The limited resources, economical resources, that we have ask for maximizing impact and deliver tangible benefits to local communities. The work in Raqqa showed that preserving cultural heritage is never only about the past. It is about giving communities the possibility of a future rooted in memory, identity, and resilience. Thank you.
Exactly. Hello, everybody. First, a huge thank you to all the organizers for this wonderful event. It really is fantastic to see everybody here and to have the opportunity to tell you about our project today. So the project I want to tell you about is called Developing Capacities in Marine Cultural Heritage Management and Protection. And it takes you to a place where some of you perhaps wished for 20 minutes or so today you've been, or you could go to, just to the beach for a little bit. So I'll take you underwater, I'll take you for a swim. The project was funded by the Cultural Protection Fund, and it focused on 2 countries, Libya and Gaza, and Palestine. You're laughing. The project ran from 2024 through to January 2026 and brought together 5 international partners: the Maritime Endangered Archaeology Project and the Palestine Exploration Fund from the UK, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in Palestine, the University of Benghazi in Libya, and the Alexandria Center for Maritime Archaeology and Underwater Cultural Heritage in Egypt. Today, I'm going to primarily focus on the Libyan component. My colleague and co-PI, Andrea Georgiandreou, is here in the audience, and we both are happy to answer questions about the Palestine component later on. But I want to say from the outset that the Palestine dimension was integral to how this project was conceived and delivered. Libya's coastline is extraordinarily rich. The range of sites spans prehistoric caves and submerged landscapes, classical cities like Leptis Magna, which you can see on the top left of the slide, and Apollonia on the bottom right slide. Smaller settlements, Islamic period heritage, and Ottoman and Italian colonial buildings. But much of it remains unrecorded. Many of these sites are under threats from coastal erosion, which you can see on the top right, climate change, urban and agricultural expansion, harbor construction, and looting of underwater antiquities. And on the bottom left of the slide, you see a head of Aphrodite, just as an example of what there is present under the sea in Libya. The pressures are not unique to Libya. They are faced across the Mediterranean. But in Libya, they are compounded by political instability, which has weakened both the institutions responsible for protection and the legal frameworks that once supported them. Underlying all of it is a gap in capacity and resources. Maritime archaeology is a specialist discipline. It requires trained professionals, specialist equipment, and certified dive and first aid qualifications. For too long, this work in Libya has depended on international missions. Teams arrive, do their work, and leave. That model was always unsustainable. It became more so when the civil war prevented foreign teams from working in Libya for over a decade. Our project set out to address that gap, to train Libyan professionals to do this work themselves, and to raise awareness in communities about the importance of coastal heritage. The project ran across several connected components. Core skills training was delivered in Hurghada in Egypt over 2 seasons in 2024 and 2025 to a total of 16 participants. For some participants, that began with gaining their dive qualifications. Our training covered the full workflow of maritime archaeological practice, underwater and coastal recording, photogrammetry, survey methodology, and GIS. The training was delivered in Arabic, with Egyptian maritime specialists leading the sessions. Critically, in Hurghada, heritage professionals and students from Libya, Palestine, and Egypt worked and trained together. From Libya, a country that remains politically divided, we had participants from both East and West. What emerged from those sessions went well beyond technical skills. People learned from each other, shared experiences, and built genuine friendships. Heritage became a space for connection across political divides and across the shared experience of trying to protect culture under conditions of conflict and instability. In Libya, we carried out fieldwork at 3 sites, at Chokra, at Al-Hania in the east, and a submerged Roman villa near Sabratha in the west. We also developed online training resources, which I will come back to. There is one outcome that I think is important to highlight here. 3 women from the University of Benghazi completed their dive certification in Hurghada, becoming some of the first female underwater archaeologists in Libya. The Libyan Minister of Women's Affairs posted publicly to celebrate their achievement. In a field where access for women has faced real barriers, this is a meaningful shift. But I want to be realistic here. The barriers have not disappeared. Practicing those skills within Libya remains difficult for women. Opportunities are limited. That is why it is so important that we actively include these women in our fieldwork whenever we can and continue to create the spaces where they can build on what they have learned. I want to take you to one site in particular because I think it captures what this project is all about. Al-Hania is a small Greek and Roman period harbor settlement in eastern Libya. The site suffers from severe coastal erosion, agricultural expansion and sand mining, and new building construction. Little recording has been done previously. Working with our Libyan, Egyptian and Palestinian colleagues in 2025, we documented around 30 building remains, rock-cut features, quarries and tombs on land. Underwater, we recorded submerged buildings, harbor installations, and what may be a shipwreck. For many participants, this was the first time working on an actual real underwater archaeological site, managing dives, recording features, and evaluating the data. One participant summed it up perfectly. At the end of this training in Hania, we are truly ready for actual fieldwork. That is exactly what we set to achieve. The community response was another positive outcome of the project. Local people and community leaders engaged directly with our work and began guiding us to other undocumented sites within Al-Hania, both on land and underwater. What emerged from those conversations was a genuine concern about our heritage, but also a frustration about a lack of opportunity and support to protect and engage with it. During these conversations, the community asked about establishing a small heritage center in an unused Italian colonial building in the village. That was their idea, not ours. It speaks to a genuine pride in and care for their heritage. What smaller communities so often lack is simply the means to act on it. Al-Hania also sits on the edge of El Khouf National Park and its marine protected area. Together with the local community and the University of Benghazi, we are now working to integrate archaeological data with environmental management, coastal planning and community participation within a broader framework. We are at the early stages, currently seeking more funding, but the ambition is clear: a joined-up model of heritage protection and marine governance that, if it works, could be replicated across other coastal communities in Libya. Finally, let's turn to some of the challenges we encountered, outcomes, and finally, the future. The war in Gaza forced us to fundamentally rethink our approach. When fieldwork was no longer possible along the Gazan shore, we shifted training online and developed dive training videos in Arabic. Working in this region brings other persisting challenges. Visa rules and travel regulations can change at short notice. In Libya itself, heritage professionals have no access to operational funding, archaeologists are poorly paid, and smaller communities away from major cities receive little investments. Bridging the gap between caring about heritage and having the means to act on that care is one of the hardest challenges we face. There are also important gaps in what is recorded. Very little work has been done on intangible maritime heritage, the stories, traditions, and living knowledge surrounding these sites and the sea. There is also a cultural challenge worth addressing. Classical sites are sometimes not seen as belonging to local communities. They are perceived as Greek or Roman or as foreign. But these were places where local people lived and worked alongside incoming populations. Despite of all of these challenges I've mentioned, the outcomes through these projects have been significant. In addition to the outcomes in relation to work at Al Hania, participants have developed real field confidence and are already passing on their skills to other people, for instance, through a training program run in Benghazi. A Center of Marine and Coastal Research has been established at the University of Benghazi, where interdisciplinary research can take place. We hope that these are not just project outputs, but foundations for something that's lasting. And we are also in the process of developing a children's book at the moment to reach younger generations. So looking into the future very briefly, we are planning to do training in Jordan with the Department of Antiquities and the Marine Reserves in Aqaba, training Gazan, Jordanian, and Libyan maritime archaeologists and natural marine heritage professionals to integrate both natural and cultural heritage protection. Small projects like ours can make a real difference. They train the next generation, bring people together across political divides, and build connections rooted in shared concerns for shared heritage. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm going to stand up because I'm sure you all are very sleepy and very tired, and after a very long day, actually, you're one of the few 100 fortunate that actually survived the day, so clap your hands for you. So, my name is Amal Khayal. I am Gaza Area Manager of CYENS. It's an Italian organization, non-governmental organization. We've been working in the Palestinian territories since the 80s, especially in cultural heritage protection and preservation. And I would like to talk about our project with the CPF, and I would like to also renew what Lema said earlier before I start, that actually we're very fortunate that we were funded by the CPF, and they were, during the time of the genocide, they were one of the few donors that actually showed us what humanity means. Not just conditioned funding that donors are currently doing in the occupied territories of Palestine. So I would like us to clap our hands for them and for all of their grant managers, because they truly have made a difference for us, at least for my team and for the beneficiaries of the project in the Gaza Strip. And another note, very important to actually notice, is that during the genocide, our project is focused on cultural heritage, tangible and intangible. And for some time, due to the very volatile security situation, we were unable to actually implement one even activity, even one. We weren't able to implement it. And not like all the other donors who suspended projects due to political reasons and not for even security reasons, they did not. And they continue to support us. So that shows humanity, and that's what it means to actually believe that cultural heritage is the way to peace. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I get very excited because I am Gazan, and this is actually, it really represents our identity. And currently, the Palestinian identity is under attack, as you will see, as many of the cultural heritage sites in Palestine. So it really means so much to see that this is one way to achieve peace, and to see that there are some real promoters that are actually working towards it. So I personally would like to extend my extreme gratitude to you guys, to all of the team. Okay, let's take a breath. Okay. So our project actually was originally intended to finish by the end of 2023, 2024, but due to the genocide, we were extending it, and then afterwards we got a rollover, and now we are continuing until the end of 2026. Our partners are an Italian organization called Recanati e Restauro, who are actually specialized in restoration and conservation of buildings and manuscripts. And the UCAS University in Gaza, which is worth mentioning, that was entirely bombed. And even the director of the UCAS University in his house was bombed in a targeted bombing as another show of intent of the attacks on all of the cultural and scientific entrepreneurs that we have in Palestine. So the project has several interventions and activities. The first one is capacity building, and then we're going to talk about the manuscript, the dome, and community engagement. So capacity buildings, we had several capacity building interventions which were focused on several pillars. The first one are the manuscripts, then teachers, which was not actually fulfilled, and it was in cooperation with the Ministry of Education in Palestine. Living tour guides, which we actually have implemented it, but unfortunately, by the time we finished the training, the genocide had erupted, and we could not continue the activities of the living tour guides in the old city of Gaza. And lastly, the teachers, which I will speak about it later on. So first of all, the manuscript restoration. We are talking about the only manuscript collection inside the Gaza Strip. It is a collection, it's called actually the collection of Al-Umari Mosque, which was bombed several times during the genocide. And now what is left of it is the minaret only. The second thing worth mentioning is that it's a collection that goes very far behind. The oldest manuscript in the collection is actually Byzantine collection. And then we have Ottoman, Mamluk era manuscripts. And of course, they vary in different sectors, astronomy, engineering, mathematics, Quran, religious affairs, literature, and philosophy. So here we see the first mission that Recanati, when they came to Gaza, through their experts, and they started the capacity building with the conservators. So we formed conservators, we actually selected conservators, and we started providing them capacity buildings on manuscript conservation, Islamic design, and actually you will see later on that this is what we have right now. So it is a collection. The collection itself originally before World War I was 20,000 complete manuscripts. After World War I, what has remained was 200 128 manuscripts. Because soldiers of the Ottoman army, they used it to heat, for heat actually. So they started burning the manuscripts, and what was left in the end was 228 manuscripts of the total collection of 20,000. And during the genocide on the Gaza Strip, by the beginning of 2024, we had news that the Dome of Dar es Saada and the Department of the Manuscript were bombed, and not just one time, but several times. So we were quite unsure what has happened to the manuscript collection and the dome, because all of the old city of Gaza was actually completely evacuated because the Israeli army had entered the city with bulldozers and tanks. So no one was practically there, and we couldn't make sure what was happening to the building and to the manuscript collection. Then we found out during 2025 that what we were able to salvage from underneath the rubble of the Dome of Dar es Saada, which we will talk about in a little bit, was only 60% of the remaining, of the total collection of the manuscripts. So we're talking about 147 manuscripts out of 228 complete manuscripts, and 35 folios, separate folios of 75 separate folios that was in the original collection, in the post-World War II collection. So we had to improvise because all of our tools that we have brought all the way from Italy, and equipment and stationery, let's say, like the Japanese paper, all of the glue, all of the leather, we had lost it. So what can we do? How can we deal with what is left of those manuscripts? We had to improvise because actually standard international standards are very clear in what we can do. But our conservators, our Palestinian conservators, who are incredible heroes, who were risking their lives actually during the genocide, during the beginning of 2025, and they were going to the site of Dome of Dar es Saada in order to try to salvage those manuscripts from underneath the rubble. So they were actually risking their lives in order to see where those manuscripts are. And they managed during the genocide to salvage around 20. And I remember one time, actually it was right after Christmas 2024, me sending to Rachel, our grant manager, telling her, we managed to salvage 7 manuscripts from underneath the rubble, and I was crying my heart out because those manuscripts, they represent our babies. They represent our history. Unfortunately, we have lost 40% of it, but let's look at the full side of the glass. We managed to rescue 60% of the manuscripts. So we are continuing right now to try to do whatever is possible currently, because we are unable to bring in equipment for the restoration and conservation of the manuscripts. So we are trying to improvise as much as possible. Here you can see, this is actually our site, and as you can see, the bulldozers, they made it a dump yard of all of their heavy machinery and the bombed cars. And this is practically what it was. And this is one of our courageous Palestinian manuscript conservators while she was looking underneath the rubble, trying to rescue some of the manuscripts. This is another heartbreaking photo of the manuscripts. This is actually one Quran manuscript, and this is what has remained of the entire manuscript. Practically scraps of paper. Then we go to Dar es Saada Dome. It is actually a dome that was built in the Mamluk era as a mosque, and then it was used by the soldiers of the Ottoman army as a prayer grounds. Then it was used as a Sharia court, and let's say from the 90s until 2020, it was completely abandoned. So what we had in mind, and actually, as you can see over there, On the left, this is left, right? Yeah. On the left, first photo. This is the oldest photo that we were able to dig up of Gaza Old City, and you can see the Omari Mosque, and there was the manuscript collection, and right next to it are many other cultural heritage sites, and you can see how they were destroyed. If I may say, to our British donor. It was actually bombed by the British Army, where we actually had still on site of the Dome of Dar es-Saada, a shell of one of the bombs that bombed the Dome of Dar es-Saada, which we still have until today, by the way, so we're lucky. As you can see here below, this is the full site after it was bombed. So this is a photo of 2025, the dome, how it is completely destroyed. So the dome was actually formed of 5 main rooms, and what was remained, they were like the Israeli army were gracious enough to leave us 1 room only of the 5 rooms. So this is the sketch, the scheme of the restoration. This is how it was before the works actually started. And this is the beginning of December 2025, beginning of 2026, of course with the funding of the CPF. When we started to actually collect all of the historical stones, we of course started masonry, like stone masonry training for all of the workers of the contractor that were working on the site. And they were supervised by Palestinian experts and international experts who have the expertise in building restoration and conservation. Now going to community engagement, and I think this is the best addition that we have had the opportunity to add during the genocide, to involve the children in cultural heritage education through what is called by the education cluster of OCHA temporary learning spaces, where we were bringing up, we were working in actual tents, and we started selecting children. And we were providing them laboratories, theoretical laboratories about the Palestinian cultural heritage, about the Palestinian dress code, about the Palestinian cuisine, Palestinian heritage sites. Because as you imagine, and as you are well aware, children in Gaza since 3 years now have not been going to schools. So the alternative, since they were practically 97% of schools were actually targeted in Israeli bombings during those 3 years of genocide, of the continued genocide on Gaza and in the West Bank. So the alternative is to create those temporary learning spaces in order for children to go to those tents. And they represent safe spaces, and I'm quoting because, like, you know, there is no safe space in Gaza currently because the bombings are still continuing since the ceasefire, and more than 1,000 persons were actually killed during the ceasefire, including around 45% of them were women and children. It is important to highlight all of those numbers, and I'm not talking about politics. I'm purely talking about Palestinian cultural heritage and what the project represents. Because cultural heritage is actually the soul of people, and it will be, I'm sure, the way forward in order to find and form a Palestinian state where we do enjoy our rights as Palestinians and as people in this world. So, as you can see here, we are all. I attached this photo because we used many means in explaining cultural heritage to children, including play, games manufacturing, where we actually manufacture the games with children because, again, those children, they have lost everything, and we are just trying to give them the minimum that they can have in a way that is culturally, in a way that also provides awareness about the Palestinian cultural heritage. Of course, we also had to have Dabka, which is the Palestinian folklore dance, Palestinian singing, and here I put, I don't know, yeah. So I just had to close my my presentation with this very hopeful video of those children, giving them a sense of what normal childhood means. This, being able to be Palestinian on their land and not being able, we're talking about literally celebrating their own Palestinian identity, which is being attacked and taken away from them. So, yeah. Thank you so much. I will talk about recommendations later. Don't worry, I have prepared some. Great. Good afternoon to you all, and also from my side, many thanks to all the organizers for giving us this platform. I'm really happy to be here and to present you our project, as we call it, Bazar Abbas Recovery Lab of Port Said. Next. So just to give you a bit of a context of our intervention, let me briefly talk about the city of Port Said, where the project takes place. It's a city whose urban structure was mainly shaped by colonial planning, which physically fractured the historic core into two distinct socio-spatial realities. The European quarter, known as Al-Afrang, characterized by spacious boulevards, buildings, open spaces, and on the other hand, the Arab quarter, or Al-Arab, which was relegated to a functional, dense gridiron structure lacking proper public infrastructure. Despite this division, these quarters share a remarkable architectural typology that blend European modernism with local building traditions, which is expressed most distinctly through the timber veranda, timber balconies, which appears in different shape and forms across both quarters, creating kind of a shared aesthetic and character. As also you know, the 20th century brought successive conflicts and forced displacement to the city of Port Said, including a near to total evacuation of its population. Of course, return happened later, but all of this left deep physical and social scar on the city, many of which never fully addressed. Today, institutional neglect compounds this unresolved history. We are talking about Egypt, where most conservation efforts goes to ancient sites. While at the same time, contemporary development races towards the Mediterranean coast, further isolating the historic core. So the result is that the 19th and 20th century built fabric and built heritage remains almost entirely invisible to the policy. And this is where we started. So this invisibility was our starting point. All of these conditions and discussions were part of our debates and part of our projects, but to set our feet on the ground, we chose Bazar Abbas as our pilot site. It was selected for its architectural significance, its position in a city's collective memory, and because its structure explicitly embodies the complex urban paradoxes of Port Said. Architecturally, it presents a caravanserai layout with a ground floor for commercial uses and a first floor for accommodation. Yet, given the context I described, the building was, and still to some extent today is, in a very poor condition. The first floor is in ruins, while the ground floor has continuously maintained its commercial activity. So it gave a very paradoxical situation to the site, which is at the same time active, vibrant, continuously lived, but also simultaneously poses critical safety risks for the users. We treated this building not as a conventional restoration project, but as a recovery lab, or as a platform to test various methods, to build local capacity, generate visibility, and also, above all, open a broader conversation about the city's wider recovery. Our physical interventions were also deliberately small and visible.
treating the eastern facade. Perhaps you can see in the images, repairing 2 of the balconies, reconstructing part of the roof, restoring the circulation on the first floor. So enough to demonstrate that reconstruction and rehabilitation is possible. We structured our methodology around 3 overlapping pillars. One was capacity building. So as a university, this was our core mission. And we designed and ran a cumulative series of workshops, each building on the last, with it narrative mapping, urban recovery, urban rehabilitation planning, and also trained local professionals in conservation techniques. So, and also many of our participants were women. The second pillar was preparatory studies required for a comprehensive rehabilitation plan. So we didn't go to the planning, but the preparation phase. So we conducted 3D laser scanning, historic significance studies, risk assessment, multi-layered structural architecture analysis, stakeholder mapping, and many more. And I think this is where our academic infrastructure added some value by providing certain tools and documentation forward that local partners could continue. And the third pillar was the result of the first 2, which were the capital work, as I mentioned, small, visible, and tangible. So they were construction work, but mainly they were meant to be demonstrations. And all of this, as mentioned, were pursued simultaneously across every activity we planned with a different degree of emphasis. Next one. The workshops, as one of the main part of our project activities, were designed and operated through interdisciplinary and cumulative framework, working across 4 scales of building, street, neighborhood, and inner city. And we followed the framework of integrated urban conservation and development. So we worked with urban designers, landscape architects, urban planners, heritage experts, and many more. We brought teams of participants working on a specific methodological or thematic focus, but all of them in an exchange environment working together. Next one. About the partners, I want to mention that this was made possible based on the pre-existing international network of our university's Middle East Cooperation Unit at the Chair of Landscape Architecture, but was also, most importantly, catalyzed by a master thesis written by one of our brilliant graduates of a double degree we have between Germany and Egypt. Which in itself, I think, is a small proof that academic bridge can produce real professional impact. We partnered with one university, Galala University, as our academic partner, with Ali Akania for Heritage and Arts as our practice partner, and most crucially with Port Said Al Adimo as our community anchor. So these are a group of young Port Saidi people who are the guardians of heritage, working for the promotion of the heritage, and they know every and each person on the bazaar, and they helped us to immediately reach the community, get close to them, and work really closely with them from the beginning and throughout. What I want to highlight here is also what I call the power of small visibility. I think because what we intervened was really small. Of course, on one hand, we had these transnational networks, which maybe was part of a reason, but also we had a formal and a strong presence also on the street, to the level that the governorate of the Port Said took notice and it reached us, which was very surprising at the beginning, given the very small scale of the intervention we had at the beginning. It was just 1 balcony. Also, at the same time, the owners, who were a bit discreet and then were keeping a distance from the shopkeepers and rentiers, they also, toward the end of a project, they came to us, and by that time, we managed to bring everyone on one table around a single table inside the bazaar. So people from municipality, urban harmony, owners, shopkeepers, experts, and of course our team, something which never had happened and we are very proud of. So I think this is maybe a replicable model. It's small, it's credible, it's visible, it's backed by academic and transnational network, and it's also rooted in local community. Now to close. I want to step back from our project in Port Said And here being another Iranian cheating and using this platform to talk about something which is close to my heart, but I'm going to link it to this panel. So directly linking to the question of transferable model with attention to the very recent war in the region. So when I look at our work in Port Said and contrasting with the images I saw over the past 2 months, I keep asking myself how this methodology we had in Port Said could have any replicability in the context of, let's say, Iran. We know more than 140 heritage sites were affected within almost 2 months, 5 of which World Heritage sites. We had one Jewish synagogue totally, completely destroyed in Tehran, in capital city. But the reason I'm talking about it is not because of this number, nor because of extent of damage. It's particularly because of the level of pressure that the civil society endures. So civil society there forces not only the destruction of a war, but multiple layers of pressure that are unfortunately political. We have decades of embargo, boycotts, international isolation, designed as political instrument, understandable, but whose real weight falls on independent professionals, communities, cultural practitioners also. And on the other hand, we have internet blackout. We have other form of internal repression justified under the name of security, which further suffocates the space for civil society to operate. So people are squeezed from both sides, unfortunately. And this is where heritage networks have a specific responsibility, I believe. We are not bound by those political agendas that close official channels. This is precisely why we have to use our platforms, our partnerships, even our peer-to-peer network to resist that isolation actively and while this crisis is unfolding, not only after this ends. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around this late. I'll be showcasing videos, so it will entertain you in a way while I will be speaking. Some of you can just see the videos, and for the interested one, can listen to the stories behind these videos. First of all, I know that it has been said many times, but I would like to reiterate what Amal said about the British Council, the Cultural Protection Fund. Oh my God, we've worked with tons of funders, but no one like the Cultural Protection Fund from the British Council. They've helped us. The project was built and started. I'm going to just start it. So the project was built and was put together before the war. And the moment we started to put the project on the ground, the war started. The objectives shifted, and the Cultural Protection Fund team were there supporting us, redirecting us in the best way possible in order to succeed in this project. The project we are showcasing here is a project that tends to have the objective of, the project has a way to preserve in the best way possible the medieval heritage in the Lebanese country. So myself from Lebanon, this is a project that is very close to my heart and is a good representation, a very good example of a good partnership between the EU and the Middle Eastern countries. This is a project that involved many actors locally, many trainings, and the main focus of the project shifted to the city of Tripoli in the northern part of Lebanon. With the help of the British Council and the local actors, we put together a project to document the whole city of Tripoli, the old city that hasn't been documented in centuries. No one knows how many houses were there, no one knew what the state of these houses, and this was critical. So what we've done, we've put together 2 types of training. The first one, documentation. We wanted to integrate many community, young people from the university, the Lebanese university, international universities, to showcase the new technologies, to equip them with the scanning technologies, whether it's photogrammetry, scanning, LiDAR, and so on. And as you can see here, the Khan of Sabun was done by these trainees. And some of them are still ongoing with the scanning of all heritage across Lebanon, especially in the conflict area. And sadly, as I'm talking today, the site in the southern part of Lebanon, the World Heritage Site of Tyre, has been bombed continuously by the Israeli army. So this project, more than the documentation itself, was more complementary than that. We decided to do a very complete urban assessment of the city, creating a sheet of each building to determine the state of the structure, the architecture, the ornaments, every cultural aspect of the project. And when this project, this urban assessment started, the war has erupted. And not just in the south. At the start of the war, you had some of the sites that have been bombed in the northern part of Tripoli. So for precautious reasons, I decided with the British Council to pause the project. 5 minutes later, after I sent this to the group of the trainees, I received angry people saying, why? This is why we are doing this project. If we stop now, we might not even have the chance to do it later on. So following up, and this warmed my heart because it showed how much the local actors, the young people, were really motivated to following up on this project and to seeing this objective fulfilled and for them to better understand the city. Very few of them knew the complexity of the city of Tripoli. It's the only Mamluk urban fabric, complete urban Mamluk fabric in the whole Middle East. And it was very important for us to showcase this project. And the success of the project helped us get another fund in the following years. So this is not the same movie, it's just to showcase the second part of the project. So after the success of Tripoli, we decided that we can go further. We can go to the coastal part of the city that is called El Mina and focus also the training on this urban assessment, as well as a very deep scanning of the citadel of Tripoli that is an army base that is always subject to possible conflict, to possible bombing, and is the biggest citadel in the whole Middle East. So the aim of the project was not only to document, it was to raise awareness, to connect with people, with young generation, with local actors, and with international funders in order to see this architecture, this heritage, this identity of ours being preserved and being safeguarded for future generations. And honestly, without the help of these young people, the project wouldn't have been able to succeed. And I would like to press over the idea of we have to integrate local actors, young people from universities, even just people who are just in love with heritage, with their history, who want to learn even more about it. So this is the reason why we are doing this project. I don't know why it paused. It's not a problem. So this project is at the crossroad of documentation, raising awareness, and integration of young local communities within the framework of the work, because it's important for us as a company, as a French company, to go and French organization to go and scan these sites. But it's not enough. We have to ensure that the local people have the capacities and the autonomy to continue on this work. And personally, with the help of our organization, I'm able to work 6 months a year in Lebanon in order to make sure that this heritage is continuously being scanned and preserved. And hopefully this project is just the beginning of a collaboration with the British Council. And now I would like to invite my colleague Jut Hamze, who's going to be talking about the new direction and strategy of the Heritage Watch AI that seeks to cover even more international aspects of the heritage protection. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, first of all, to the panelists. Thank you guys for your work. I believe it's essential what you guys do. And I want to thank you, Amal, in particular, for not just your work, but also how full of life and hope you are. And I was really, really touched by your presentation, and I just want to thank you for giving me hope again today. So my name is Jude. I'm an architect. I'm based in Paris, and I work with Heritage Watch AI. So growing up in Beirut with a mother of Palestinian origin, I learned something very early on. Cities remember. Even when events are over, cities carry traces in landscapes, in buildings, in streets, but also in collective memory. This shaped the way I understand heritage today, not only as monuments or historic sites, but as something deeply connected to identity, to continuity, and to communities. So as you've just heard from my colleague Bashar, Econem has spent years documenting heritage sites and using different types of technologies and mainly field-based work. What we do at Heritage Watch AI is building on this foundation and extends it to a global scale. So the project brings together, Econem, Alif, Microsoft AI for Good Labs, and Planet Labs around a simple observation. Cultural heritage today is disappearing much faster than we're able to document it with our current tools and means. Our ambition is to create a global monitoring platform for cultural heritage using satellite imagery, geospatial analysis, artificial intelligence, and expert analysis. So the platform, which you will all eventually have access to, is going to continuously monitor heritage sites around the world, detect risks early, document changes over time, and make information accessible to those who can actually do things. So decision makers, authorities, institutions, heritage managers, so on and so forth. Today, conflicts, climate change, environmental change, forced displacement, etc., are transforming cultural heritage. And so to better understand these changes, we use satellite imagery and AI-assisted analysis to observe heritage from space, often in places where physical access is difficult or impossible. Our goal is not simply to collect data, but to transform large volumes of information into actionable knowledge that can support conservation efforts, emergency response, and long-term planning. I'm going to be quick because I only have 3 minutes, but just to give you an idea of our framework. So we work on emergency response. We did so in Gaza, where we were able to use satellite imagery to detect changes over time, because access to the ground is obviously impossible and extremely dangerous. But we do the same type of work for emergency response in terms of climate change. So we did that for the Myanmar 2025 earthquake, where we were able to map out all the different heritage sites and assess potential risks to sites. But we also work on slower, long-term phenomena that can affect heritage at a global scale. For instance, we were able to work on the expansion of historic city centers like Herat in Afghanistan, studying climate-related risks like desertification, coastal erosion, and so on and so forth, and detecting archaeological looting with AI-assisted tools. So part of the reason we are collaborating with Microsoft and other partners is that they are able to provide us with this AI knowledge that we don't yet have, but are working on. So ultimately, to kind of close my statement, our work is more about making heritage visible, because visibility is a form of protection to heritage. The better we can observe, document, and understand heritage, the better equipped we are to protect it. Heritage is often perceived as something belonging to the past, but in reality, it's deeply connected to the future. Protecting heritage means protecting the continuity and memory, identity, and communities, just like you all very beautifully said. And if peace building is about rebuilding community after crisis, then cultural heritage is one of its foundations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If we can just have a little more of your time, because we started late. Because there was a purpose to us all being here for this panel, and it wasn't to get praise for CPF. I promise I didn't ask any of them to say any of that, but thank you. But we're talking about European cooperation, so the European countries represented here, France, Germany, Italy, UK, Spain, and then outside of Europe in the Mediterranean, Syria, Libya, Palestine, Egypt, and Lebanon. And that's a huge amount of cooperation. So we just wanted to talk about how that works. take advantage of the audience that we have as well. So I just wanted to have a little discussion with you all and ask you all that it's really clear from the work that you do that it's very people-centered and community-focused. So if we can just talk about how you manage the practical, ethical, and strategic implications of working with those communities, but with European partners. And whilst we have some here, if you've got any recommendations for European partners on collaborating with organisations and communities outside of Europe. Who wants to go first?
Well, since they're all very shy, as you can tell, I'm always very available. No, to be honest, it's one major important pillar for the success of the project is community engagement and having the approval, I would like to call it, of the people who own the project. First of all, for you to guarantee its sustainability. Secondly, because you don't want the project, if you are coming with a Western idea or theory and you're trying to impose it on the people without explaining it properly and tailoring it for the situation and the context and actually listening to them, and this is what we call in the humanitarian community AAP, accountability to affected population, because this as an organization working in a targeted area, let's say, sorry, you have an accountability in front of those people. So whenever you want to work on a project, you are actually responsible and asked to ask them what is their opinion while you are designing the project, while you are implementing it, and when it finishes, because it's their project. We have to keep in our minds that we are implementing those projects for them. It's not for us as Europeans to say, oh, we saved those people, or we did that and did this, which many organizations do, which I say to them, shame on them. Because this is not what humanitarian work means. This is not the European values that we are all holding so dear and we are so proud of them. We want to talk about European values? Listen to the people first. Listen. And then we say, yeah, well, what we can give you from our European experience is 1, 2, 3. What do you think about that? This is how it works. Otherwise, we will be completely shut off. And this is unfortunately not very accepted for many donors because there are really some donor-imposed agendas, unfortunately. Maybe because I am working in the Palestinian area, so there are certain agendas. So us here and you guys as stakeholders, we have to confront things. We can't not be honest with ourselves and be like an ostrich and just put our head in the sand. We can't. We want to talk about problems. Let's talk seriously. Let's be honest with ourselves and let's call things as they are. This is important. Terminology, as Her Royal Highness has said from the beginning, the narrative, the words and terminology that are used are a key factor. And thank God that the audience here all have responsibilities, actually. So let's talk about that. We are all requested to fulfill our responsibilities, not just to talk about saying Middle East, instead of actually using a less colonizing terminology and saying Swana, for example, just on top of my head. And we have here advocacy, so. So this goes on for many more things, like having the courage to say that what is happening in Gaza is cultural heritage genocide. Why no donor, no stakeholder, and no one from the European Union or the UN bodies has called it what it is? How? We are talking about not something that has started since 2.5 years, almost 3 years, genocide. We're talking about a genocide that has been continuing for 80 years. And this was all documented. Forensic architecture has documented that, for example, more than 90% of schools have been attacked. This is culture. This is an attack on culture. UNESCO itself has documented that 80% of the Palestinian cultural heritage sites were attacked and directly targeted. Why no one is talking about this? Why? Is it because it's in Palestine? So we are back to the whole situation of double standards, but we're not talking about politics again. We're just talking about cultural heritage. Why? I'm not white enough, I know, but I like the way I am. But I'm married to an Italian, so that's good enough for me. So, but I'm just throwing in some jokes because I know what I'm saying is very serious, so I'm just trying to light the mood. But we have to be honest with ourselves. The World Bank has documented that 80% of the sites were targeted also. So what are we talking about? Why aren't we calling things as they are? Where is UNESCO? Though we have our quarterly meetings with them every 3 months about the Palestinian situation. What did they do? It's not enough. It's not enough. Not just UNESCO, of course, but it's part of many other organizations. The EU Commission, the EU, Europa Nostra, I would like to say, all of the members, we can just seize the presence and authority and power of everybody. Everybody, because it is touching all of us. We want to talk about climate change. How about we talk about the real numbers that are actually polluting the Mediterranean? Or we are just afraid to say it. We don't have to be afraid. If you guys are, I am not. Let me give you the numbers, because I did my research. So, the numbers are 61 million tons of debris in the Strip. 61 million debris, which is similar to, just for you to have an image, 15 pyramids. 15 Egypt pyramids, imagine. In the size of 300 kilometers, literally, square kilometers. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what that does to a culture of people seeing everything so damn gray? So damn gray. And culture and identity is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be about joy, hope, love, peace, which we never had in Palestine. Never. Talking more about those ugly numbers. Collapsed water and sanitation networks, 33 to 50 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. It's a shame that actually the mayor is not here. I can't see him because of the sun. Oh, you were talking earlier about the gas emissions. This is what it's doing to our Gaza Strip, which is coming to Europe, by the way. So if it's not for the Palestinians and for the sector of cultural heritage, it's for your own good. Think of it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Amal, it's important for us to hear this from you, so I appreciate it. Appreciate your candor. We're in a room of real advocates for cultural heritage, but more needs to be done, and we are hearing you, absolutely. Anyone else from the panel on the recommendations or European?
I took the space of everyone. I'm so sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
It's difficult to add to, you said what should have been said, but I say also a few words relating to the context we worked with. And that, of course, local community is important, and it's really important that what we do is address to them, and they are the ones who have to understand and hear us and carry on with the project. But the reality is also when a European university or any institution, unfortunately, when it goes to a context or a community like Port Said, for example, or anyone similar, with funds, there is already an imbalance, an asymmetry in the power. So, and this is something that we cannot really dress it up beautifully or neutrally. This is something to speak about and to acknowledge it, and then to work together with the local partners to counteract that. So perhaps to have them really from the beginning as a co-designer, as a co-applicants, and along the project, throughout the project, and then also hand over to them. In our case, another thing which is also related to ethical aspects and also practical, and I mean, they all, I think, overlap, strategic also, is these funds are going to end, the project's going to end, and this, us as a, let's say, European university, going to leave. So what we leave there as the project ends, and usually, these funds cycles are slow, short, and then whereas the real process is slow, so there need to be work to be done. So really to design from the beginning what is to be left there. In our case, it was difficult. Of course, we had capacity building, and we can claim we left with something there, but in a context where we did not do a restoration, it was a bit of a difficult situation. So we thought maybe what we could do, because we dealt with a lot of shopkeepers, rentees, who have a very vulnerable status in comparison to the heritage authorities and the owners. And they do a lot of lobbying also behind. So the idea we had was to make kind of a legal document, if we are not finishing the restoration, to have a legal document that kind of guarantees the right of every and each person, of course, proportionally. And of course, although the project ended, and that's something we are working on, we hope we can achieve this.
Thank you. Yeah, so co-curated from the start. I mean, we, same from CPF, not in denial that there is a power imbalance with being a funding organisation, and we, do as much as we can to enable people-centred, but there's always more. There's always more encouragement for that co-curated, co-led, local leadership, local decision-making. So we hear you.
Yeah. Well, in this session, we are speaking about small projects because the Cultural Protection Fund is funding this kind of small projects. And this is really important to understand because the European donors usually are very complicated procedures, with the standard of European countries asking for projects in very difficult environment. That is really important because you can imagine how difficult it is for us, small NGOs, to tackle with the project what does mean identifying the actions to be implemented on the ground, to mean formulating the project to obtain the funding, executing the projects in very difficult contexts, meeting the deadlines because the deadlines are strict, absolutely strict, justifying the expenses in an environment where invoices sometimes don't exist. Only an example. One of the case of Raqqa, one of the worst destruction of the city was was made not by ISIS, not by the civil war, was made by the international coalition in order to put out ISIS. After it, they established a boycott, then no any pound can go to Syria. How we can manage it? You can imagine that we implementing this project, 10% of the budget was required as a commission with people in Jordan or people in Turkey to give the money to Raqqa. 10% of the budget. Then these kind of things are really, really important to consider. And usually, and your case is exceptional on the positive sense, usually the European donors don't understand these difficulties, say you have to justify, you have to move, you have to respect the line. If you don't respect the line, you have to return the funds that we give to you. Then it really, with this framework, the projects become really, really difficult to implement. I ask to the donors in this kind of situations to be flexible. And the flexibility is not the main, the main action that the donors could implement, because they are very rigid on their demands. Yeah. Well, for me, this is one of the important things that must be implemented on the mentality of the European donors.
Yes, thank you. I can echo everything you already said. Something else maybe to highlight is that something we noticed, we deliberately, when we worked in Libya, worked on smaller sites that are not very well known. You know, they're not the fantastic sites like Leptis Magna, like Apollonia. Everybody knows them, loves them. It is a lot easier to get funding for sites that look pretty or look impressive. And I'm having difficulties with this because to the local communities and to World Heritage, you can't say one side is more important than the other. And something we noticed when we worked in Al-Hania was that the people were very frustrated with the fact that nobody's interested in their site. And the fact that we went and did something, you know, they came and talked to us and they came up with all these ideas and things they want to do. And it's in a sense heartbreaking because in my head I already knew, oh my God, how are we going to get funding for this? Because who is going to fund projects that are, you know, maybe need a lot of money but are not going to have the big impressive restorations or, you know, beautiful outputs that look great on a presentation in the end of the day. And that is something that we've sort of struggling with. And also, I just want to say, as somebody who does not have any heritage relating to North Africa where I work, we are very aware that, you know, we're coming in with all these great ideas and funders are giving you these points and you have to, you know, sort of tick your boxes otherwise you have to give the money back. It takes away a lot of flexibility in the way you want to work, in the way you can work with the local community, with your local partners. There always seem to be some stipulations where you just cannot be flexible. And one thing with the Cultural Protection Fund is that it's great that you can approach you and you can talk to you and explain the situation. This is not always possible with all the funders. And I suppose something else that we sort of saw happening was that with loads of projects, you know, you go into your project, you go away, but then all the publication and everything that happens afterwards doesn't necessarily reach the community either. So it'd be nice to have information for the local community in Arabic, in our case, in the local language, sort of instead, I mean, these forums are great and I love them, but also getting the message out to the community what's been achieved would be fantastic. And also bringing what was, I think, a strength of our project, that we brought the Libyans and the Palestinians together. And although their challenges are slightly different, they really connected over it. And they realized they're not alone. You know, they're not alone in this. It's happening all over. They built friendships that are lasting. They're visiting each other. They're talking to each other. It's been really fantastic and I think really important. And yeah, it was great that that was possible.
And I would like to close with something quite similar. The city of Tripoli in Lebanon is not the most important city, and sadly is quite often seen as the second-class city. And while talking with the local actors, the Ministry of Culture, the Directorate of Antiquities, and the British Council, we were able to reiterate or reorganize the project in order to really focus on the needs of the locals. Tripoli isn't an internationally known city in Lebanon or in the world, so focusing on it would help us shed the light, and working with the British Council and the local actors directly, and especially with the British Council in Lebanon. So it's not just people in the UK, it's people in Lebanon working with the British Council and the local actors. I think it's a bit of each one of these ingredients that would make a project work. There's no magic solution or magic recipe that could make every single project, heritage project work in conflict areas or in difficult areas. It's just to be aware that stuff might change, and I always say my job is to find solutions to projects or to problems that might never come. So it's thanks to this exchange, the prompt replies, the communication between the local actors directly sometimes with the British Council allows us to succeed in making these projects, maybe not with the main objectives that we precedently put together, but with a more focused and adapted objectives that led to the success of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to wrap up on one sentence from a report which is, I think, due to come out from the British Council about the role of arts and culture in peace building, which is, the question is not whether arts and culture contribute to peace building. They already do in multiple and often critical ways. The question is whether peace, development and security frameworks are prepared to recognise and support this contribution structurally rather than rhetorically. And we're in the right place to kind of make those policy recommendations. Thank you so much for listening to us and for letting us go over. Great.
Thank you very much to all our speakers, to Stephanie for the moderation. So across both panel discussions today, we've traveled across the Mediterranean region, across disciplines, across experiences, and we discovered that the Mediterranean is perhaps much smaller than it sometimes appears. We now arrive at the final part of our forum, entitled The Way Forward. This session will help us connect today's discussion with broader policy frameworks, international perspectives, and future action. So I hope this time Snezka agrees to join me on stage. Please welcome Snezka Kwadlik-Mihailovic, Secretary General of Europa Nostra and project leader of the Hub, for moderating this final discussion. And should I already call our dear speakers? No, okay.
Dear colleagues and friends, thank you all who are still in this fabulous setting of the CYENS Hub, Excellence Hub, the award-winning Agora, the municipal market of Nicosia, for the end of this extraordinarily rich, intense day. In fact, this is not just the end of the European Heritage Hub Forum, it is the end of the whole policy day that we dedicated today to the motto of our summit, Heritage as a Soul of Mare Nostrum. And then we have organized, as you know, two paths. We have examined that relationship between heritage and Mare Nostrum, first in the morning during the Agora by highlighting the importance of heritage for championing environmental sustainability And today, this afternoon, with the European Heritage Hub Forum, we have been highlighting the importance of heritage for fostering peace. And we have been doing that 100 meters from the buffer zone, Mr. Mayor. How many meters we have? 70. We are 70 meters from the buffer zone, so the location for the conversation of the role of heritage for fostering peace is an extremely fitting one. First of all, I want to tell you a little bit of the genesis of how it happened, in fact, that this summit in Nicosia, we decided to dedicate it to the Mare Nostrum. Of course, it's something, the whole Mediterranean aspect, it was something that had been accompanying Europa Nostra's thinking and action, but it was in fact thanks to the invitation, dear Princess Dana, the invitation that you and the Petra National Trust invited me to come to attend the INTO conference, International National Trust Organization conference that you hosted in Jordan. And it was in December 2024. And that was for me a sort of a whole horizon was opening. And it was eye-opening to meet so many representatives of civil society organizations from the wider region of the Mare Nostrum, the wider region of the Middle East, and also, Stephanie, where are you? I don't see. Stephanie, that's where I met you. And because very much the Cultural Protection Fund was one of the most important partners for that INTO conference. And that's what I learned about extraordinary support that British Council, through your program, is giving to the activities of civil society and cooperation between civil society organizations between UK, Europe, and the Middle East. And dear Dana, it's like you, when you came to Venice, you got inspired by our award scheme. That sort of my attendance at that conference just reinforced the conviction that indeed Europa Nostra cannot be complete without its Mare Nostrum extension. Because of course we had already the sort of northern shores of the Mediterranean, but that this extension and including and developing relationship and solidarity and learning from each other, it's not just us preaching them, but learning from you. And also for somebody who, like me, come from the Balkans, I will never forget when at some point the Middle Eastern participants started dancing. And when I, with enthusiasm, went and started dancing with them, and they said, "But where have you learned Iraqi's dances?" I said, "Where? In my country of origin, in the Balkans, it is exactly the same. It's in varietate concordia, again, music that is in all various forms." So I'm bringing also in these opening remarks, it's always important, the personal story, it's also important. I want to bring, because we are talking about fostering peace through cultural heritage, the country that I come from. In fact, the country that doesn't exist anymore, because that Yugoslavia is the country I come from. It doesn't exist anymore. You all know what was happening in the 90s, and Amra knows better than anyone else what was happening in the 90s in former Yugoslavia. So being in Cyprus for me is always so, I feel such a solidarity and closeness with our Cypriot colleagues and friends. And I always get angry when I come, Mr. Mayor. I always become angry because it can't be true. We can't say it's normal that we indeed are here and having a fantastic conference, a fantastic conversation, and that 70 meters from here is still the buffer zone, that 50 years later, that Europe cannot get the act together and make that a fantastic European and, you know, Mare Nostrum, Mediterranean story, that this buffer zone should stop separating people. It's separating people. It's not protecting people. It is separating people to use that cultural heritage as a bridge and a factor of that. So I think this genius loci, the fact that we are here in Nicosia and having this conversation, gives us also a special responsibility. So we have these frozen conflicts that is high time indeed that they warm up and that there is a renaissance. And I think there is a responsibility for the civil society movement that we all are, Movement Without Frontiers, that we support our colleagues here in Cyprus to move to another chapter. So it's not just changing sort of theoretically our thoughts about what heritage means to peace, but it is also a call to action. A call to action here, helping here in Nicosia, in Cyprus, call to action where for Gaza, of course, that's why you have civil society. Themis, we have the freedom of speech, and this is now one of the biggest luxuries that we have, and we have to use that voice in order to sort of shake up and wake up the decision makers and in the institutions. And so, again, speaking about Cyprus, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether you know that, but in 2003, one of the first awards that European Union and Europa Nostra gave here was for the two leaders of the two communities of Nicosia, Lelos Demetriades and Mustafa Akinci. And I had tears in my eyes when these two gentlemen, I was there, because I'm a veteran here, I was there in Brussels when they came together, embraced each other, and received that award, the two of them, in Brussels, with an emotion, and she's telling to us basically, we want to reunite our city. We worked hard, but that recognition of Europa Nostra was an important one. Mr. Mayor, I very much hope that we will also give an award to you and your counterpart very soon, and that there will be, because we see how much you are committed to using cultural heritage to reunite the city. But since 2003, we have given in 2011, my dear Agni, Nicosia Master Plan, Amsterdam, Andrula, you remember, with Placido Domingo, together, you as a commissioner, you have given to the Nicosia Master Plan. Everything has been studied. Everything is there. There is knowledge. It was 2011. We are now 15 years later, and still nothing. That heritage is only decaying. Then in 2021, again, every 10 years, we give an award to people who fight here. The big communal technical committee, they get an award, but again, what can they do if that buffer zone is still there? So, Mr. Mayor, we have heard your appeal. I just want to say, and we cannot leave Nicosia, where we have received such an extraordinary hospitality, and tomorrow we shall also be in the north when Mehmet Harmanci will organize the program. You will be there with us as well. So we need to, as one of the follow-ups of this summit and also of this conversation of the forum, will be to express clearly and forcefully the support for all the leaders of the cities, the civil society, the experts, all the people. We have the hub in Nicosia, the Andrula. We have the exhibitions. Everything is there. So we need to call the European Union to take the responsibility and to walk the talk. So this is something that I really felt that I wanted to share with you at this beginning. Of course, we know there are frozen conflicts, but there are hot conflicts conflicts now happening in Ukraine, in Gaza. We have post-conflicts. So there is a lot of work to be done. But I think from Nicosia, we have to have a certain commitment. But I now have a surprise for you. Before giving the floor to Themis Christophidou, Director General, who is coming from the European Commission, I have a surprise for you. You know that we had the video message of the European Commissioner in charge of culture yesterday. We had this morning the presence last night, and this morning a speech of a European Commissioner in charge of fisheries and oceans. And I have just received the message from another commissioner, and very important for our summit. Dubravka Šuica, European Commissioner responsible for the Mediterranean. She was in Cyprus yesterday morning. She was hoping to be with us, but duty calls, she left. She could not be with us, but she asked me to read for you the message that she is sending to this summit. Can we have the photo of Commissioner Šuica, please? Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, I'm now reading the message of Dubravka Šuica. I would have liked to join you in person at the European Heritage Policy Agora 2026, but due to unavoidable institutional obligations, I cannot be there with you. You understand very well how our Mare Nostrum has never simply been only a sea. Its unique history has made it a living space of exchange, trade, creativity, coexistence, and dialogue. Across centuries, the Mediterranean connected Europe, North Africa, and the Levant through knowledge, culture, and human encounters. Today, however, this shared space faces profound challenges: geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, environmental degradation, and the accelerating effects of climate change. In this context, cultural heritage is not a luxury of the past. It is a strategic resource for the future. This belief lies at the heart of the Pact for the Mediterranean and its action plan. The Pact recognizes culture and heritage as essential pillars for building resilient societies, fostering mutual understanding, and strengthening regional cooperation. Heritage can serve as a bridge in a unique and irreplaceable way. It can help restore trust, promote reconciliation, and reinforce the sense of shared responsibility that our region needs. Heritage and sustainability are inseparable. Coastal erosion, rising sea levels, biodiversity loss, and environmental deterioration threaten not only ecosystems, but also the cultural landscapes, historic sites, and living traditions that define the Mediterranean identity. This is why we must fully integrate cultural heritage into climate action and green transformation policies. We must strengthen Euro-Mediterranean partnerships, support digital innovation in heritage preservation, and empower young people and local communities through skills, creativity, and cultural cooperation. Cyprus offers a particularly meaningful setting for this discussion. Its history reflects both the pain of division and the enduring hope of reconciliation. It reminds us that heritage can become a powerful instrument for peace building and dialogue. It is a powerful instrument for sustainable tourism and job creation for all generations. Let us therefore reaffirm together that the soul of our Mare Nostrum lies not in what separates us, but in what we share. And let us ensure that cultural heritage remains a force for peace, resilience, sustainability, and human connection across the Mediterranean. Thank you. Signed, Dubravka Šuica, European Commissioner for the Mediterranean. it is great to see that we have one of us in charge of the European Union policy for the Mediterranean, and we will make sure that she will get all the sort of conclusions, recommendations, and that we will give her a lot of input for implementing these policies. Now, dear Themis Christofidou, Director General at the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy, DG Regio, but Themis is also one of us. Before becoming Director General for Regional and Urban Policy, she was Director General for Culture and Education. So it's wonderful, Themis, that you are with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Śnieżka. Dear friends of cultural heritage, yes, some things are old loves that are never forgotten, no? They stay in your heart forever. I want to start by saying that I'm still in the spirit of last night's ceremony. It was absolutely fabulous, an unforgettable moment. One of these things that Śnieżka pulls through always with a sort of creativity and precision at the same time. Usually you think people are either creative or perfectionist. She is both. I don't know how this is possible, but she's managing. So it was amazing. Thank you. Thank you to Europa Nostra for organizing this amazing week and the meeting of today. Thank you to the Mayor of Nicosia for the hospitality. Last night's ceremony was not my first. My first one was with Androula, Commissioner Vassiliou. For me, she's always commissioner, in Istanbul in 2010. It was our first one together. And every time you up the ante, so I don't know, the next one I don't even want to imagine. Sincere congratulations to all the winners of this year's awards. Your achievements are not just accolades, they are lighthouses guiding Europe through a future where heritage is not a remnant of the past, but the soul of our collective progress. This summit has powerfully reminded us that cultural heritage is far more than preservation. It is transformation. It is a living force for the vitality of local economies, for the strength of local cohesion, for the resilience of our communities in the face of climate change, and not only, sadly, also in the face of wars. And nowhere is this more visible, more urgent, and more inspiring than here in the Mediterranean, a crossroads of cultures, and today, a laboratory for the kind of heritage-led development that Europe needs. Through European Union's cohesion policy, Europe's long-term investment policy, designed to ensure that every region, every community, every territory can share in the Union's prosperity, we're investing 9 billion euros in culture, heritage, and sustainable tourism. Especially in places facing regional disparities, demographic decline, and depopulation, these investments in cultural heritage are not a luxury, they are lifelines. Cultural heritage is a key sector of the economy. A strong cultural heritage reinforces the attractiveness, the resilience, and the vitality of every territory in Europe and beyond. On the island of Murter in Croatia, for example, cohesion policy is investing 4 million euros in the Amphoraneum project, transforming the Roman remains into a vibrant cultural center, community-driven, countering mass tourism with sustainable high-value experiences. Heritage here is not just protected, it is put to work for the people who live alongside it. Cultural heritage is also a key player in Europe's response to climate challenges. The Mediterranean context gives this work a particular urgency and a particular richness. The Euromed program demonstrates how cultural heritage can become a shared, transferable resource for sustainable development across borders. The Herit Adapt project brings together regions and experts from across the Mediterranean, looking together on how to find practical solutions, integrating climate adaptation strategies into local and regional planning. Our heritage sites are not just vulnerable to climate change, they are becoming part of the response to it. And then there is the DGR project here in Cyprus and in Greece, bringing together cultural heritage and digital innovation. Advanced 3D mapping technologies preserve and promote medieval monuments across the Aegean Islands and Cyprus. By digitizing our shared Mediterranean heritage, we are not only safeguarding it for future generations, but we are also making it accessible to researchers, to students, and citizens worldwide. This is heritage as a bridge between past and future and connecting communities between shores, drawing us together around our shared European values. Cohesion investments recognize all of these aspects of cultural heritage and build on them, from economics and innovation to sustainability to values. This is the vision we want to carry into the next European Union budget, what we call the MFF, the Multi-Annual Financial Framework. The Commission's proposals offer an opportunity to deepen the role of cultural heritage in Europe's territorial, social, and economic agenda. The national and regional partnership plans post-2027 may include support for a vibrant and diverse cultural sector, emphasizing its role as a catalyst for European values. Support for tourism with a particular focus on sustainability and the preservation of heritage assets. And more crucially, support for the right to stay. This last point, the right of every European to remain and thrive in the place they call home, is a strategic point for cultural heritage. Not only do cultural assets play a central role in urban and rural development and the revitalization of local communities, but they also play a strong role in regional attractiveness and in local pride. And this, for me, is the way forward, recognizing that cultural assets are a strategic resource, not only for economic cohesion and sustainable economy, but also for social cohesion and for the sense of home, the sense of belonging. And this is where I want to leave you with a closing thought, because I believe it connects everything that has been discussed this week. The Mediterranean has always been Mare Nostrum, our sea, not a boundary, but a shared space, a place that has held together across millennia peoples of different languages, faiths, traditions, bound by proximity, by exchange, by a common horizon. That spirit of belonging, of rootedness, is precisely what the right to stay seeks to protect. Cultural heritage is not an abstraction for us. It is the church on the hill, the old harbor, the dialect spoken by your grandparents, the festival that brings the village back to life every summer. This is what makes a place worth staying in. When we invest in heritage, we invest in that sense of home. We give people a reason and the means to stay, to contribute, to belong. For all these reasons and many more, your work is essential. I thank you and congratulate you on all the outcomes of this summit. Let us carry this momentum forward, collaborating, innovating, and proving that heritage is not only Europe's past, but it is an integral part of Europe's way forward. Thank you.
I just want to thank Themis. It's so important that you are with us. And we will need you, Themis, because we need to be imaginative and we to be audacious and come with some good proposal for the next MFF. So we'll come back, we will need you. But I think Androula Vasiliou has some ideas and proposals.
Because I heard many speakers speaking about action and not just words. I propose that as we gather here 70 meters from the buffer zone, to make an appeal, a written appeal to the United Nations, because the special representative of the Secretary General will be here in a few days for a new round of talks with the leaders, and say to her that we, all the Europeans who gather here, consider it unacceptable that our city continues to be divided, that we demand an urgent solution to the Cyprus problem after so many years. So we have to be...
Androula, you know that I always like you. I want to lift up the game, yes to her, but also directly to the Secretary General of the United Nations, whom we know very well. So, you know, all of these people have to hear that it is high time that to say, you know, we don't take it as normal.
So next time we shall meet at the buffer zone.
Exactly. That could be one of the follow-ups of this summit. Now, we have 3 extraordinary speakers who will, for the end. Manon, you think that we should take first Lodovico because we have our colleague from Brussels who is going to connect online. And he has been waiting for some time. Since we are that's a great moment. We talk about United Nations, lifting up the game. We have, again, one of us, a Venetian Lodovico Folin Calabi, who is there is for the Lodovico Folin Calabi, who is a representative of UNESCO to the European Union. And buongiorno Lodovico, do you hear us?
Calispera.
Could you hear? Could you follow some parts of the closing session? So we understand that you need to leave. We are a little bit late. We wish you were with us here, but we know that you are very much dedicated to working with us on the way forward. And I'm giving you the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you very much, Sneska. And colleagues, Kalispera, apologies. Yes, indeed, I would have loved to be with you in Nicosia. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in Brussels, but I could follow not only the closing remarks, but the previous session as well. Super interesting, and I'd like you really to thank you and to congratulate you, Europa Nostra, for this wonderful gathering. The Mediterranean is not a sea. It is a complex of seas. And seas cluttered with islands, cut off by peninsulas and surrounded by intended coastlines. Its life is intertwined with the land, its poetry more than half rustic, its sailors at times farmers. It is the sea of olive trees, vineyards, as much as that of narrow rowing boats or merchants' round ships. We shall therefore find it no easy task to determine exactly what the Mediterranean is. It will require patience, much effort, and no doubt a few inevitable mistakes. These are the words by the great French historian Fernand Braudel in the preface of his masterpiece, Thesis on the Mediterranean, in 1920s, republished in 1949. And I think that they resonate today very well in Nicosia, the epicenter of the Mediterranean. The sea between the lands, as another important historian, David Abulafia, who devoted years and years of academic research on the Great Sea. I think this is at the core of the Nicosia Manifesto that you are about to adopt. And you could not find a more appropriate and timely theme. Today in Cyprus, that is beautifully holding the Council of the European Union under the motto, an autonomous union open to the world. And it is exactly this openness that is enshrined on the shores itself of the sea between the lands. And if I quote your manifesto, Sneska, the Nicosia Manifesto, Within this shared fabric, heritage is not property, but a living process sustained through safeguarding, interpretation, and transmission. And the manifesto that you're proposing to be adopted powerfully reminds that the nostrum in the mare is a shared nostrum and shall not be intended as a meum contra tuum, mine versus yours, as this concept historically had been carved, but really ours, shared, so that, to quote our dear friend and living ambassador of this evidence, Śnieżka, in varietate concordia, is not merely an aspiration, but the enduring cadence of this shared sea. And so I also think that the sea shall not be seen only as a space which is prone to crises and fragilities, from desertification to crop losses, from water scarcity to increased energy, conflicts, wars, insecurity, but also as an incredibly young, vivid, dynamic, powerful, vibrant basin of creativity, heritage, both built and living, with an immense transformational power. UNESCO's work is enshrined in the Mediterranean since its very creation. Our first office away from the headquarters was established in Cairo in 1947, then growing to a sustained presence on the ground with offices in Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, and Palestine. And if we look a little bit beyond the shores of the sea, in Iraq, in Iran, in the Gulf, we are a trusted partner of many, if not all, the countries in the region, with a unique network of assets, such as more than 60 World Heritage sites and other UNESCO-designated sites across the southern Mediterranean, which are being explicitly quoted in the Pact for the Mediterranean as key platforms for cooperation through culture, tourism, and heritage. And some of our landmark campaigns that made the history of our heritage preservation were born in the Mediterranean, from the international campaign to save the monuments of Nubia back in 1960, a campaign that ended 20 years later as a complete and spectacular success, to the hands-in-hands collaboration with Jordan for the preservation and the promotion of the World Heritage of Petra, to, if we include the Adriatic as a core part of the Mediterranean, and Śnieżka and I, we both are very proud Adriatic, the flagship reconstruction led by UNESCO of the Bridge of Mostar, until its inscription on the World Heritage List, not to forget the activities with Croatia for the rehabilitation of the wonderful city of Dubrovnik. And with the EU-UNESCO partnership is a strong evidence that culture and cultural heritage-driven recovery supports protection, reconstruction, recovery, but as well as education, job creation, growth, social cohesion, women empowerment. Cultural heritage is indeed a tool for cohesion and transformation, driving transformation, socio-economic development, and climate action, as Director General Christophidou just reminded us. In Palestine, yes, we may not be doing enough, but we do what we can, depending very much and entirely on the funds we receive from our donors. We are still supporting in Gaza, now currently endangered traditional crafts and local value chains, but we have a history of rehabilitation of Palestinian heritage, thanks to the partnership with a number of EU member states, Sweden, Italy, and many others. And I was privileged enough of serving for 5 years myself as UNESCO representative to Palestine. In Lebanon, where after the Beirut port blast in 2020, we rehabilitated 280 education facilities. And for the future, hopefully, we are ready to support the transition and the recovery in Syria, where we are ready to replicate successful models in Aleppo, in Palmyra, and other regions. And again, if we look a little bit beyond Mediterranean, but still as part of the region, in Mosul, where we worked in close partnership with the European Union, and thanks to the partnership with the EU and other states from the region, like the United Arab Emirates and many other European members, Italy, Germany, France, Flanders, Belgium, Croatia, Hungary, and Lithuania, and many others, we generated more than 7,700 jobs in the field of heritage. and we rehabilitated and reconstructed landmark heritage, but also historic houses comprising the historic fabric of the city. In Yemen, thanks again with a wonderful partnership with the EU, where a Cash for Work project created again more than 3,500 jobs and rehabilitated more than 420 houses. And talking about shared heritage and the call we shall all respond to build bridges in a moment in history where the cycle of destruction and reconstructions never cease to end. What a powerful coincidence of metaphors between the Master Bridge that I referred before and the work we did in Mosul, in Iraq, where Mosul, known in Al-Mosul in Arabic, which means the link, the junction, the pivoting point, the bridge again that enabled people to cross the Tigris since the 7th century. So again, culture is indeed a key vector for peace, leveraging both tangible and intangible heritage as tools, not only for memory reconciliation, but also for social cohesion and transformational power, as a dynamic force where culture can reshape how peace is understood, lived, and sustained. And we have, I think, a tremendous alignment, and this is a little bit what we all said in the speakers that preceded me, a tremendous alignment of frameworks that represent a unique opportunity not to be lost. From the Director of Middle East in DG MENA, Trautmann, we heard about the important Pact for Mediterranean, which will drive the EU's engagement in the region. And there is a convergence between UNESCO's work and the Pact under Pillar 1, focusing on human development, including on heritage for development, on identifying cultural pathways, tourism, digitalization, vocational training, and mobility of artists and cultural professionals. And this was discussed a lot with Snežka. What a concrete outcome of today's discussion would be if we could engage together in a campaign bringing together heritage professionals, les métiers du patrimoine, from one side in Europe to the other side of the Mediterranean, building on cultural heritage as a powerful engine for skills-based employment, apprenticeship, lifelong learning. Investing in skills is a key action, and the potential from the two sides of the Mediterranean is great. Focusing again on scaling up existing vocational training ecosystems, aligning them with the labor market, including the digital and the cultural heritage sectors. And we have this, again, alignment between the pillars of the culture compass in Europe, which, by the way, contains an entire international dimension, championing international cultural relations and partnership with the Pact for the Mediterranean, with Mondial Cult, which was referred to by Amra in her intervention before. Mondial Cult, this global conference of all the ministers of culture from around the world gathered in another side of the Mediterranean in Barcelona just a few months ago, calling again for collective action and multilateral cooperation on culture. So I think that
there is hope. There is hope.
There is hope, I think.
If we join our forces and voices, I suppose that's the way forward.
Absolutely. To join forces, to strengthen collaboration with all the stakeholders. We're already working with the EU institutions, with the Commission naturally, with the Parliament, with the Council, but also with the EU member states and the civil society. And Europa Nostra is, gathering all these wonderful sets of civil society's actors, and I'm very glad that you're now turning your eyes also across the Mediterranean. Alif, naturally, Anna Lindh Foundation. We have, just to mention a few. And I think the idea is really that, and we all agree, and I think this is what comes very clearly, powerfully out of Nicosia today, is that cultural heritage is far more than, cultural heritage in itself, but is far more than economic activities, is far more than just symbols. Cultural heritage is carried by communities, is rooted in territories, and is essential, again, to economic growth, to job creation, to cultural diversity, to drive innovation, to protect identity in a moment where identity is targeted. Every war, if you look at, always target culture and cultural heritage first. So, and I don't need to mention this in Nicosia.
We feel that we are totally aligned.
and that is always reassuring. And we will soon come to see you to tell you more about what was when we meet in Brussels, I think in 2 weeks' time. We will tell you more about what was happening here, and indeed, we shall work together on concrete follow-up. And since you mentioned Adriatic, luckily, the Commissioner for Mediterranean comes from the Adriatic, former mayor of Dubrovnik. So, and she, I don't know whether you have heard, she sent us a message, a very important message.
I heard it very well.
Lot of work to do, lot of work ahead of us. Thank you, Ludovico.
I hear the echoes of Cyprus arrive in Brussels today. So, Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Kalispera, and thank you also for adapting the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will continue and even more intensely working together. Thank you, Ludovico. Now, please, Paul Dujardin and Marshall Marcus, join me here on stage too. I think these are almost my favorite, most inspirational speakers. Go, you are going to sit there. You want here, or you want here. Now, Paul, I think everybody knows Paul, but still I have to, I like to present you as the president of Europa Nostra Belgium and council member of Europa Nostra, but you are so much, you have so many functions, you are in so many organizations, you're one of the most iconic cultural managers and influencers in Europe. So, Paul, we have been together promoting the new narrative for Europe already for quite some time. When you have been director of Beaux-Arts, and now you are Commissioner General for Heritage, Brussels Capital Region, and Senior Advisor on European and International Affairs to Minister Caroline Genèse, etc., etc., etc. Paul, the floor is yours, and we would like the slide. There is one lovely slide. Yes, I think you would like this slide. Yeah. Okay.
So, dear friends, dear Themis, I don't know if she's still there. She was still in the room, and I don't know if Ludovico is still listening. But thank you for still being here at the end of such an intense and meaningful day. It was asked to make a summarize, and I would like first to thank Sneska Europa Nostra, the European Heritage Hub, the Cyprus Heritage Hub, CYENS, Manon, Vanessa, Stephanie, Mrs. Vassiliou, and the whole Europa Nostra team for making this forum possible. And I also to thank our Cypriot host, and in particular our mayor, who had to leave, but who spoke with great clarity about Nicosia and about the city as a shared urban body and about the need for concrete support. We also regret that his colleague could not be with us, because the spirit of this afternoon was precisely about the bridges that must continue to be built. This afternoon we did not hear abstract statements, we heard living evidence from Cyprus, Ali and Sotos, who showed us that heritage can become a daily practice of trust. And the Cyprus big communal technical committee is not only restoring monuments, it's restoring confidence step by step. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, Amra reminded us that peace is not simply the absence of violence. Peace also requires justice, recognition, return, education, and the reconstructions of lives stone by stone, story by story. Farok, you remind us that heritage and architecture must serve people and quality of life. From Naples and Marseille, Daniel Enrico and Elisabeth showed that heritage can also repair social fractures. Sometimes the wall is not a military wall. Sometimes it's poverty, exclusion, lack of opportunities, or lack of dignity. You remembered us. And in the second panel, we move from inspiration to implementation. Stephanie and the Cultural Protection Fund reminded us how important flexible and sensitive and long-term support must be. Xavier showed in Raqqa, the reconstruction also means rebuilding skills, livelihoods, crafts and confidence. And Julia reminded us that the Mediterranean is also maritime, coastal and ecological, and that natural and cultural heritage must be protected together. Sepide showed in Port Said the power of small visibility. One building, one balcony, one shared table can bring communities, owners, experts, and public authorities together. Bahar and the Heritage Watch brought a great message. AI reminded us that documentation is not a technical luxury, visibility is protection, digital tools, satellite images, and AI only matters if they help communities, professionals, and decision makers act in time. And Amal gave us one of the strongest ethical messages of this afternoon. She reminded us that cooperation must never be something we do for people. It must be their project. We must listen first. We must respect communities and custodians, and not as benefactors. She also reminded us that words matter, narratives matter, and terminology matters. A testimony from Gaza was deeply moving. Conservators trying to save manuscripts from the rubble, children learning about dress, food, dance, songs, and heritage in temporary learning spaces. Culture as dignity, memory and survival. This connects deeply with something I have learned throughout my own life and work. For decades through the Center of Fine Arts in Brussels, Beaux-Arts, an European culture center, to Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, to initiatives I have launched as ALACAT, who is still going on with the Goethe Institute, and through my work with partners in the Maghreb, in the Arab world, in the Middle East and the Gulf, I have learned, and it was said just by our UNESCO representative, that cultural cooperation begins with listening, trust, and co-creation. Today, through a conservation book project with manuscripts, libraries, archives, and universities in the Mediterranean world that I'm creating myself, together with the National Library in Belgium and several European libraries, I feel even more strongly that books and written heritage are not intellectual luxuries. They are practical instruments of memory, transmission of peace. Our libraries today may become the agoras of tomorrow. This also echoes what Princess Dana reminded us earlier. Heritage is about responsibility, people, language, and future generations. So, what do we take from this hub? We take one central word for today, for me, is trust. Trust between generations. Trust between Europe and its neighbors. Trust between memory and the future. And we take several concrete lessons. Heritage is peace building. Heritage is dignity. Heritage is knowledge. Heritage is social inclusion. Heritage is climate and environmental resilience. Heritage is technology when the technology serves people. And heritage needs resources. That was said by the mayor. Our mayor was right to remind us that vision alone is not enough. If we believe that heritage contributes to peace, education, social cohesion, and resilience, then grants, flexible funding, long-term partnership and European support must follow. This is why the Nicosia Manifesto matters, and our collaboration in trustful way with the European Commission and the civil society around the Mediterranean. It should not be only a beautiful text. It should become a political and a practical framework for action, for Europe, for the Mediterranean, for the Middle East, but also for the Eurasian region. Wider connection with the Gulf. Dear friends, today we heard the voices of Cyprus, the voices of Gaza, the voices of Raqqa, the voices of Port Said, the voices of Tripoli, the voices of Naples, Marseille, to Jordan civil society. The voices of civil society, young people, women, conservators, architects, researchers, artists and communities. All these voices tell us one thing. Heritage is not only what we inherit. Heritage is what we decide to protect, repair and transmit. The Nicosia Manifesto should therefore not be the conclusion of this day. It should be the beginning of a shared responsibility. And Themis and Ludovico also reminded us that heritage must be placed at the heart of the European and multilateral action. Regional policy, reconstruction, climate adaptation, education, and international cooperation. Heritage is not a sector apart. It's a way to rebuild societies. And with great pleasure, I give now the floor to Snežka, who will guide us towards the manifesto and the way forward. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah. Paul, as usual, impressive. Impressive the way how you brought it all together, not just what we did, but also shown the way forward. So you will, of course, share your notes with us. We will study, we'll work, and we will incorporate, because you have been mentioning, and Ludovico mentioned, that Nicosia Manifesto will come at the end to that manifesto. But before that, Marshall Marcus, Artistic Director of the European Union Youth Orchestra, one of the associate partners of the European Heritage Hub. Marshall, la parole est à toi.
Merci. I think I'll go there as well, even though I have no notes. This has been an extraordinary couple of days that I've been here. Thank you, Europa Nostra, first of all, for all the amazing ways that you organize these events, but also thank you for the brilliance to make this about Mare Nostrum and something which helps we Europeans to take our eyes, our ears, our thoughts outside of Europe as well as inside. Because I must say I've been really humbled in the last couple of days by a number of the things that we've heard, and particularly when there are things which have told us as Europeans to just hold up and think. We've had some very interesting things, for example, Amal, very interesting. It's fantastic to be pushed beyond our European well-behaved ways of doing things, to really have important issues pushed into our face so we can't ignore them. It's important to be told that the language that we use is really important and how it can often betray us. You know, I'm reminded of a project I did many years ago with the wonderful Senegalese musician Baba Mal. And he came to me and said that he wanted to do a project bringing some of his musicians from his group in Senegal with some Western players. And we talked a little bit about it, and he showed me a bit of the music. And I said, tell me a bit, what is this piece about? And he said, you know, I want to restage the entry of the Europeans, the entry of the French into Senegal, but I want to do it through music, not with armies. And I think that's like the Jean Monnet. If I began it again, I would do it with culture. So we've gathered here for a couple of days. Paul, we really have to give you a championship cup for this incredible précis and summary of a lot of what was being said, because it's now not my role to have to do that, which is very nice. But what I did want to say is that another level at which I've been humbled is that of hearing the incredible diversity of things which are being done all around this Mediterranean basin with cultural heritage, with culture, to rebuild, to protect, to keep. And it seems to me, okay, I'm from the UK. I was interested yesterday when there was the award for Big Ben, and we had that gentleman speaking in Parliament Square in London saying, this is great, we've done this project, the order and the way that we're doing. And I heard a little bit of sniggering going around the auditorium. We all know what that was. And I'm not going to apologize to my nation, but actually what I do want to say is that it's exactly when you see the kind of work the British Council does with that protection fund, I'm pleased to see there are two sides to that face of that country. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about the UK. In fact, what am I here to talk about? Paul, when I saw him yesterday, we hadn't seen each other for a while, he pointed at me and he said, oh, intangible heritage. And I always feel when I come to Europa Nostra, that's where I'm put, because obviously, as you know, music is what I'm involved in, a very intangible thing. I'm a fiddler, yes. So actually, I got incredibly excited yesterday when I saw the Cyprus fiddler. I have the email to get the book. I mean, shouldn't get too excited about that now. But what I did want to say was that in terms of the music, you know, by the way, Europa Nostra are great. They give you these kind of preparation notes, briefing notes. I was given 5 headlines of what to talk about and said, yes, that's fine, I'll do that. But it was interesting what's at the beginning of that, because what I want to actually talk for a few minutes more about, don't want to spend too long, is what it is that I think that music can contribute to this great, fantastic circus of cultural life, creativity, and work, and inspiration. And I think what was down as the first bullet point I was supposed to talk about is actually what I'd like to do, which is the unique nature and the universal nature of musical language. If I was up here with my fiddle playing this, it wouldn't matter what country and language you were from, you would hear it. You would hear it fluently. So I think something that music can contribute in this Mare Nostrum, this incredible variety of cultures and countries and peoples that are around this area. By the way, that's what really got me excited to come here. And I said at the beginning, when you look at the map, you look at what Mare Nostrum, not only the seas, but when you look at all those peoples who live around it, from Morocco in the southwest, all the way around where we are now, and then back further west to the north of Spain and Portugal, if Portugal's allowed in. I just thought that this is an incredible opportunity that music really can respond to. And I wanted to point to 3 things which I think music can really do in an amazing way, and which are a prerequisite and a necessity if you're going to make culture really count in everybody's lives. The first one is that it's a collective, and it can be a collective activity. It's something we do together. And if Mare Nostrum is to be a successful enterprise, it has to be something that everybody and we do together. You know, I'm thinking in 2024, I was in New York at a festival, and there was a workshop of 750 young musicians from about 40 countries, conducted by a South American. And to see somebody from Beijing sitting next to somebody from Cape Town, who was then behind them, there was somebody from Caracas sitting next to somebody in New York. The variety and the ease with which these people, they'd never met each other, that could just sit down and talk the same language is an extraordinary power, and we've got to mobilize that. So this is the way that we all develop. It's when we work together, when we sit down and we do it together. We have a problem, we work it out together. I'm reminding when I used to work with an orchestra called the iCulture Orchestra, which was from the Eastern Partnership, the equivalent between the EU and Russia, to which this Southern Partnership is. And I picked, with my stupidity, a violinist from Azerbaijan to sit next to a violinist from Armenia, without quite understanding what some of the issues could be there in those days. And I remember talking to a high-up politician in Armenia and saying, but can we do this? Can we put these people together? And, the politician said something very interesting. He said, I cannot say this, but you must do it. Because that's the point about culture. Culture it's like a liquid which can get into the areas that others can't get into, that politics can't get into. So music has this ability to work in a collective way, in a very powerful way. The second of these third things I want to talk about is this cross-border nature. I mean, I say cross-border, it's not so much about countries, is it? It's about cross-culture. It's about crossing into other people's experiences. And I was very struck, Andrula, when you said, if I've got the words right, you said, it's so important that we listen to the story of the other. And if you were to put together an orchestra, Mare Nostrum orchestra, of lots of people from all these different countries, you'd have to understand their story to make music with them. And that's, again, how we grow. We all know this. We work all the time, cross-border, across with different people, internationally. But it's something, again, which music, to me, has a natural ability with. And the third thing, which I think is very important, but it's not a particular thing to do with music, but it was in my 5 notes that I should talk about, was mobilizing the young. And again, I think that's when we really hit the jackpot. When you bring together many young musicians from different cultures and put them together in this universal language, if you could do that with Mare Nostrum, I think you would have the most extraordinary ability. And by the way, I'm sorry that the mayor has gone, because I then wanted to say, and the most important place that you could start this exercise is here, in this city, which, as Andrula has said, is the sadness of still being a walled city. So, away with the walls, and let's use the bridge of music to create something of that sort. Actually, there is already an orchestra of that sort. There is, based in Aix-en-Provence, there's the Orchestre des Jeunes de Méditerranée. They started around the age of 18 or so, and they're based in Aix. They're based in a very European, wonderful European music festival, and that everybody's brought into that place. Now, I would see this in a different way. I would start with those that are younger, and I would bring them to a place like this as the heart. And I'm now thinking of 2 different age groups. You know, there's that phrase the Jesuits used to say, you give me a child at the age of 7 and he's mine for life, or they're mine. Okay, I'm not quite sure I'm up to that, but what I prefer is the one about the 8-year-olds. It's, I think, the Dalai Lama who said, if every 8-year-old was to meditate, in 1 year, there would be no more violence. Interesting. I don't know whether I'm quite as optimistic as the Dalai Lama. Far be it from me to question that. But what I would say is, here is my challenge, because I know you like to do practical things. You don't want to just talk, so I'm going to end extremely soon. It's just said 0 seconds there, so I'm going over a tiny bit. And I want to suggest, I want to throw something out here to this city. I would like to propose that you begin a new Mare Nostrum, I want to call it a Mare Nostrum Silk Road children's orchestra of 8-year-olds from every culture and region around this area. And I look forward in 5 years to coming back for the first concert and being knocked sideways. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have dreams, we are nothing and we make nothing. You've made a lot here. Thank you very much.
you so much, Marshall. As you know, you never come to a conference, a summit, European Cultural Heritage Summit, without knowing that you will have a homework and that you will leave with the commitment. We wish your dream and your sort of ambition that you have launched could be realized, but in any case, you, European Union Youth Orchestra, we're celebrating the 50th anniversary. Perhaps this is indeed a way that you can celebrate your Golden Jubilee by, like we, Europa Nostra is extending to Mare Nostrum, you could also have an extension, the Mare Nostrum extension of the European Union Youth Orchestra, and perhaps our Commissioner, Dubravka Šuica, will be very interested in this, this proposal. Thank you for very kindly said, thank you Europa Nostra for doing, but as I said, I think Europa Nostra is thanking International National Trust Organization, thanking the Cultural Protection Fund, because it is in interaction with you that we have sort of organized this conference. Thank you, Europa Nostra Heritage Hub here in Nicosia, because you have brought also very much the spirit of this extraordinary city led by Androula Vasiliou. Thank you, European Commission, Alexandra Ramillo, who is here from the executive agency. This is the support that, of course, European Heritage Hub would not exist without the support that we get from the European Commission. Big applause. I hope, Alexandra, that you are also happy. We had 3 messages of 3 commissioners. So I think, you know, we are lifting up the game and that's you know, not bad, not bad. Of course, thanks to, it's always a team effort, but particularly in our team, this policy day was led by Manon Richard, who is the coordinator of the European Heritage Hub. Merci Manon. And Vanessa Fraga-Paul, who is our advocacy and partnership manager. She has been negotiating with Stephanie and brought this partnership together, make it concrete between Cultural Protection Funds. Stephanie, I hope this is not the first and the last time, that this is really UK, the European Union, into all our partners from Middle East, that we will really continue with this Mare Nostrum initiative. You have all heard that there is a Nicosia manifesto. I would like for the end, Your Royal Highness, Princess Dana, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the whole day you are with us. First, you made an amazing speech. Immediately people texted me, can we have the text, can we have the text? I think it's already on the website. So thank you, because you are really always an inspiration and also call to action. Thank you for being with us. We will travel to Jordan with a delegation of Europa Nostra, and Marshall is also coming with us, Jimmy is coming with us, so we will bring also all these messages together with you to Jordan and further in the region. But I would like to invite Androula Vasiliou to come on stage, and you, Princess Dana, that we just show at least that Nicosia Declaration Manifesto that we have. We have it here. We have it here. We are working on it. This is, you see the cover of the Nicosia. You have, you have the cover of the Nicosia Manifesto, Heritage as the Soul of Mare Nostrum. So I think we want a picture with all of us with a cover, but there is a lot of text behind. Yes. By the time we will have one shorter text which we are working. We were wondering whether we were going to read it, Jimmy, but there is so much also new developments that we want to tweak it also in the light of all the messages we have been listening, and we want to strengthen it. And we will in fact have 2 documents, one which is shorter, punchy, political,
Thank you, Vanessa, all of you, and Jimmy, thank you so much. We have been working together on that, and that will be accompanied by the more detailed policy and action recommendations and proposals. And with these documents, we will go to Mrs. Suica, to Mr. Mikalev, to Mr. Kurdish, and to many, many more other people. And we'll make sure that this momentum that we are building here in Nicosia, with the support of cities, very important. And I want to greet Iclei, Christina, who is here in Iclei. Where are our people from Eurocities? They have been with us as well, our very important partner from the European Heritage Hub. And we have Athens Hub that is also here, Krakow Hub that will take the torch and bring the summit next year to Krakow, Lisbon Hub as well. So it's all about cities. Perhaps there will be some Mare Nostrum hubs as well in some cities in the Mediterranean region. But, you know, a lot of follow-up. Perhaps a last word to Andrula and to Dana.
Well, what can I say? It's always a relief when you come to the end and you see still some faces around, still having the courage to stay on and listen and try to figure out what is next, because we have had so much during the last few days that gave us so many ideas. Like Marshall, for example, he gave us an excellent idea about music and the Mediterranean. And well, it's very good ideas. We have to sit down now and plan what is priority for the future, because there are so many things that we can do together to listen to each other and work together, because that is very important, trust and cooperation. Because unless we have trust and cooperation, neither in Cyprus nor between countries can function. And we have seen it from experience. You remember, Sneska, the difficulties that we had in the beginning when we started the hub in Nicosia, the difficulties that we had, to find the solutions between the two communities, how to cooperate, how to bring them in, etc., because they had their own difficulties as well. But if you have trust to each other, this is really the key to everything. And I am very happy to say that between the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots in the hub, we have absolute trust. And we work together, and I think there is a bright future ahead of us, and we can do miracles if we work together. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, as a matter of fact. Thank you to both of you. Incredible, dynamic, inspiring women. I want to say thank you to all of the presenters. Incredibly proud of the young voices from my part of the world who were represented on the stage earlier. It's so wonderful to see smart, motivated, intelligent people representing cultural heritage from the Arab world. So thank you all. Thank you all for the invitation. And we look forward to further engagements. Thank you.
Wonderful. Fortunately,
it's not yet over. The dancing singing is waiting for us. And I think, Andrula, we will give a sort of the group photo. We want a group photo with the ones who are here, who stayed until the very end. Bravo. Thank you. Thank you for your engagement. Well, come here all together, all the speakers and all the members here. So we come.
Gala, I didn't see you. Alif, of course, the next act in the summit will be the opening of the exhibition that we jointly produce, Alif and Europa Nostra, and it's great also the presence of Valérie here in this conversation. Agni? Come all, because we need to refresh before going to the opening of the exhibition and the reception. Yeah. Gentlemen are also invited. It's not for women. Jimmy, everyone.